like work all weekend and then.
I've been building a whole new program again like we did.
Yeah, it's
Big time years ago.
Oh. We need to do.
You want
So.
any lines down to make it
How
visible?
often they big fight?
Well, you guys like.
Or we can at least turn the
I
lights
did
down.
lights, but.
I think maybe this one over here.
Yeah, one. Well, just in a.
It's nice that we're getting into that season again, isn't it?
Yeah, it's nice. Yeah.
What else do we need?
Great.
The Zoom?
Go back to the Zoom. Yeah. There you go. And obviously the owls.
You're already gonna share our screen on Zoom or?
Yeah. I don't know.
Mine does that on Zoom too, and I always have to move it.
Okay. We'll ask Kathy, she'll be the one that.
We need it here, yes.
Yeah,
Yeah.
well, I think that'll make it, I don't know.
I don't know.
Yeah, those two those.
Oh, yeah, that's it, power, yeah. This. Screen sharing, look at me.
Look at you.
Doing it.
Can you move it up
With our
there?
buttons eventually.
Casey
Oh,
said
really?
he'll be in about 15, he'll just join. Kathy should be on
Happy on.
Zoom.
Hello, I'm here.
Hello, can you see the screen that we have up?
Yes, I can.
Thank you.
Now, is it okay to?
Yes.
All this public, call this work session to order.
I have different glasses.
I can slowly,
Slow walk the roll, slow walk the roll calls.
slow roll the roll. Mayor Smith here, Deborah Adams.
On the way.
Walking in, so I'm gonna go yes. Aaron Hanson is here with the phone out. Casey Kinsman absent, but I believe will join soon. We have you over there, Deborah. Mike Mickelson,
Here.
Wendy Rainey. Yes, here. Kathy Sherman
Here.
and Dave Glassroom.
Here.
That's a forum of council.
Thank you. Okay, so, staff have prepared some background information for us to have this conversation around rebuilding City of Cordova's general fund. And I mean, I think everybody, if you read the packet, you understand that the conversation is around, the $3 million and what's the best way to handle that as an asset moving forward, and we're gonna hear from staff and from advisors too.
Like,
Yeah.
like those.
So I think I will turn it over to staff.
So, I'm gonna move my microphone, I'm gonna make that noise. Sorry. So, Cheryl and I are gonna tag team this, presentation, but before we start, I really sometimes feel like we just run to the next crisis and we don't remember some of the things that we've done, and I think especially in the last year, it has been wacko at times. And you know, you've done so much, and I just really wanna call that out. I mean, just a $39 million project that was completed to rebuild the South Harbor by people who have never done that kind of thing before, you know, it's impressive. And it took a lot of work. It took a lot of teamwork, it took a lot of effort. We were so lucky to have Colin to make that happen, and we should be really proud of that. But not just that, we made it through some finance software transition, which it's very difficult to explain the impact to staff on that, but it, you know. And then it's Susan, who likes to mess with you. It's okay.
Now,
That's okay.
trying to adjust those mics that are sort of gradually.
I don't know, does it help?
I'm just gonna lower.
It's just because we're moving. I guess some other things, I don't even have to look at that necessarily, you know, we got $150,000 in grant to write water and wastewater master plans. That is something we can use for the next 15 years, we can put it into grant documents, it's a huge thing. And there's no match, we just got the grants for those. You know, the museum and library are rolling, improving and expanding their programs. For instance, they're doing the historical walk for cruise ships, and that's been pretty successful. Oh, yeah, I just got we just got a Denali grant for 300,000 to put towards the Second Street match, which is still large, but it helps. And so, Parks and Rec, their revenue keeps going up and up, and Cordova Center revenue is going up and up, so. We really have done a lot of great things, and we should take 5 seconds to celebrate those. But now we have to wait for this picture.
Make that smaller just so I can see. Which areas open.
Oh, that's the.
Put on the folder, find it.
Sarah,
Yeah,
can you just explain to me what is an enterprise fund?
sure. So water, sewer, refuse, harbor, and Oniak campground are called enterprise funds, and enterprise funds are separated from the general fund. They are
Well, then,
expected to operate within the revenue that they generate from their services. So, property tax, you know, isn't a fund that supports enterprise funds. So any water tower, campground, refuse. Harbor. And when we do budget next year, they have their own budget and we do general fund budget. So they're very set that way, but in the end, we have one checking account for all the funds that come in. Too, but their revenue is counted for. Almost there.
I know, I've already done it once.
No, but you have to, it's in standard.
Hey, Sam,
Yeah.
when you talk about the Cordova Center revenue going up,
Yeah.
does that have its own line item?
Yeah.
Account, so you can track that.
Yep. Yeah, that wasn't something we used. If anybody has any questions in general, I could speak to those.
I guess I need a little bit of background or explanation. On page 2, it says, the very beginning that it was 3,800,000. Or so to close the gap on the contract with Turn Again. I guess I need explanation.
Okay. Yeah, it was funny, we were talking about that, I'm like, that's kind of jargon to talk. So when we went out to RFP, we got proposals back, they will way over the amount of money, I mean, like, one was over 10 million, more than we had anticipated or funds that we had available. We did design build, which means one contractor does design and build. We gave turning in an intent to award, a notice that's called intent to award, and we negotiated. We came back with a price where we were 3.9 million, which isn't 3.8, but it's called 3.9 million short in our funding. So we had Marad and about 5 or 6 other grants, but we were still short. So that's what that 3.9 million did, is it closed that gap so that we could sign that contract and start moving forward with the contract.
There you go. Okay. But I don't share that, I don't want to share it. Okay.
Okay.
You're quick enough.
Forget about the mics, not touching the mics.
So the other, the last thing I wanna say about, just trying to stay positive and keeping staff moving is that we have this new motto that we've been doing probably since the beginning of software transition. We just keep saying we're moving forward and we're making progress, even if it's a small amount, because at times it have been really every day. So I think it's just something that we keep talking to ourselves, and I think this whole presentation is gonna be that we're moving forward, we're making progress, we still have a road to go, but we can get there. That's not bad thought. Okay. So we have a goal for this work session, and that is to determine how we can sustain cash flow for fiscal year 25 and into the future. And then determine the best way to build cash reserves while paying the 3 million permanent fund loan back. It's a big goal. We feel like these 5 things are very, especially the first 4, are very important to be able to talk about how we're gonna meet our goal. So we are gonna go through these 5 things, which follow the same thing that's written in your packet.
Okay, so this slide shows us, well, at first, we'll discuss cash reserves and cash flow, just so we understand what we're talking about when we say that. Cash reserves are funds that the city has to cover unexpected expenses or short-term financial needs, acting as a buffer against unforeseen circumstances, as well as being like our normal bill. Over the past couple of years, we have had some things creep up that were unexpected, and this has to meet those needs as well. And cash flow refers to the total amount of money being transferred in and out of the city's bank accounts, particularly as it impacts liquidity. The chart in the middle there shows where our cash reserve balance started each fiscal year and where it ended. So these are audited numbers. You'll see starting in 2019, since then we've ended at least 1.3 million up until 2023, where we ended the year with 128,000. That is in large part due to the 3.9 million that came out of the cash reserves for the harbor project to meet that. I was go blank on what it's called, to meet the
The
contract. Okay. And then this chart shows us, like in this discussion, it's very important that we understand that the 3rd and 4th quarter through a year is where we receive most of our revenues. And that carries us through 1st and 2nd quarter of the following fiscal year. So to get these numbers, I just took budgeted revenues. So throughout the year, we might receive things that are unexpected, such as last year, we did receive the disaster relief funds, those type of items that aren't a regular budgeted revenue are not in these figures. So, but we can see clearly that what we bring in those last 2 quarters of the year has to float us through those January through June. And it's probably more like January through July because, the large monies that we receive both through sales tax, revenue and property tax are due the end of July. So those might not come in July 1st. That's important for us to keep in mind as we discuss this.
Okay. So this is also a very important, concept. And we've had a lot of discussion about the 3.9 million and the 3 million. I've heard these, used interchangeably. I've probably said it interchangeably, but they are two very, very different things. And it's important to understand the differences and what that impact of those things had on cash flow and cash reserve. So the $3.9 million was to close that gap in the contract so that we could sign the contract. Those funds were not secured. The council, committed to those funds so that we could sign that contract.
We basically just agreed to pay city money.
Yep.
Yep. Make it happen.
So the $3 million came from the permanent fund. We signed in 22 with the contract, and it takes a long time to build floats, docks, and plus we were in a design build contract. So we were designing, we had some preliminary designs and we were designing and moving through that and getting long lead items ordered. So while we had the big MARAD grant of 20 million, we also had 5 or 6 other grants that got us to the, what would that be? The other 20, basically, the last 18 million to pay for the hardware. So when we got to the point where we finally got the MARAD grant agreement signed, the majority of those funds had been spent on long lead items, and other, staging and purchasing. And so our experience with MARAD had been that it's very difficult and it's very time consuming and they're very slow. So we knew, since we had spent, including the 3.9 million in 23, that we would not be able to sustain construction bills that were $3 or $4 or $5 million out of whack.
Because you have to wait months to get reimbursed, right? So you're writing checks.
Yeah, so when you go to pay, they don't give us 20 million and let us draw off it, you have to get reimbursed. So our strategy was to keep cash flow moving in fiscal, we keep cash flow moving. We did keep cash flow moving in 23. We knew we couldn't take any more out of the cash reserves. So we got 3 million, we got an invoice from Turnigan, we submitted it to MARAD, we waited for months and months. We got a reimbursement and then we just recycled that 3 million, we just kept moving forward. And if we got a reimbursement, sometimes we would add more so that we could get a bigger chunk. But in general, we recycled that $3 million. We now have that $3 million back and it's sitting in an envelope account. So that big difference is that we've spent the 3.9 million. We're not getting that reimbursed. We used the 3 million to sustain cash flow and we have it in the bank account. That's a big difference.
So another piece of this discussion is where we ended up in FY 24, fiscal year 24. That is not audited yet, so as we prepare for audit, those numbers are coming into focus a little bit better. We do see the revenues here, what was budgeted versus what actually came in. And between all of our funds, the first 4 hit general fund and then the rest are the enterprise funds. If we see a total deficit amongst all of those, which all do come out of the general cash reserves. of just under 1.5 million. When we're looking at this, it's important to note that, those ones up top with the asterisks are groupings. So just for the sake of tonight's discussion, so we don't go through every line item of the budget, I didn't want to present you with 20 pages or whatever it is of revenue. So I put property tax, the actual property tax penalties, interest, and in lieu of tax payments all together, and then all sales tax types together, which would be sales tax, interest, penalties, as well as marijuana, alcohol, tobacco, public accommodations. There's a variety of those, and I could break this out if we needed to be, but I grouped it together just for the sake of this discussion. Amongst miscellaneous is pretty much everything else, so you'll see like darky entrance fees, pool, jail contract, you know, a lot of different things are covered in there. Along with where we came in for revenues, expenses are gonna be a part of that as audit prep is wrapping up. It looks like we did come in under budget for our expenses. I think it was about October that city manager let department heads know that it's not looking like we expected and to stop paying, you know, stop, not payment, but stop spending. I don't anticipate it to be more than $1 million of under budget though, so it's not gonna cover the 1.5. So if we think back of that ending balance of FY 23 of 128,000. FY 24 is gonna look close to, if not worse than that.
Do you have any sense of what happened with the water and sewer enterprise funds, why those were so much lower on revenue?
Yeah, I'm glad you asked, actually, I meant to mention that. In fish tax and sales tax, we do see like that it was a bad fishing year last year, but they're not the only ones that are impacted by that. Harbor is, water and sewer are greatly, refuses. So when it impacts, when we see an impact from the fisheries, it really does impact us across the board.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We just,
So when do you anticipate the final audited number?
Audit will be sometime in August. They come on site for the site visit in May. I'd love to see that happens quicker than it did last year, but I'm comfortable with saying we'll have that completed in August. Yeah,
But we'll have a better idea of,
as May is here, we'll have a better idea of what those expenses are gonna shake out as.
their bills are out.
no, that just didn't get the use. So when there's no pink salmon,
Yeah.
the water just gets hammered. And then refuse, I mean, they have so many dumpsters and multiple pickups, and so when,
Yeah.
you know, there's nothing happening, it's hard, and it just filters out, right? So AC doesn't need an extra dumpster and the, you know, it just keeps flowing out.
But
Oh, I was also, refuse would have got hit harder as well, but they were lucky that they got payment for all of the, harbor debris that came to the landfill. So that loss in the refuse department isn't actually the true loss last year, since they did have that offset from the harbor.
But I was just thinking, so the use isn't at levels that were projected and that would translate into revenues, but that doesn't mean, you know, our expenses don't go down because we still have staff expenses
Right,
covered by those funds, so.
yeah, I mean, using water as an example, we still have to treat the water. It pretty much is the same expenses to treat what we expect to, but the metered water resources, especially for our processors, was significantly down last year.
And I think another example is refuse. We pay $50,000 a year to sample water at the landfill. Doesn't matter if we have a low year of refuse. And so, and it's mandated. I mean, we don't have a choice. And so, yeah,
We have fixed costs.
yeah. these are- When you pay your refuse bill, you're not just paying for the guy driving around in the truck. There's a lot of bills for all of these. departments.
Thanks.
Okay, this is me. So this chart is similar to the chart in your packet. But we did some editing on it because it needed it. So we did the way I thought it through when I made the chart. Is it the best way to show it in accounting? So we put it into that format. We also, the Denali grant, while we were awarded $750,000, it was early in the design and long lead item ordering part. And we added those, a few docks and an electric box to show, to get those docks powered and increase the number of slips. And that was 400,000. This was a city directed change order. This was not a change order directed by the contractor. Because sometimes a contractor will say, oh, you didn't give me all the information I needed, I'm not gonna charge you another $100,000. This was city. So in reality, what actually went towards the 3.9 million was $350,000. So we also took the 772 out, which is a pink salmon disaster funds from 18 and 20. And because we have that money, we still have that money that's sitting in AMLIC. We did not, at one point, we were putting it into the permanent fund. It did not go into the permanent fund until we came to what we were gonna do with the 3 million. We were holding that so we could do one big push at one time, or whatever we ended up doing. So in essence, $2.5 million is still what has been removed from the cash reserves. The $1 million grant went into the cash reserves, into the checking account at the end of January 25. And you'll see it when you our bank balance in the future slide. Done.
Sam.
Oh, I.
Sam, text Blair.
We're a little
You guys are
early.
so
We are a
smart.
little-
Well, we're a little early to text Blake.
We might have some discussion after.
Yeah, we need to.
Okay. So this is our account balances as of today. The first one is our FNBA checking, which is where our general cash reserves reside. That covers general fund and enterprises. All of our bills we pay out of that, whether it be payroll or buying fuel or whatever. The next 2 lines are accounts that we wanna take Casey's question here.
Go ahead, Casey.
Are you just letting us know that you're here?
He's muted.
You're muted.
Are we?
Yes, I'm
yeah.
here. Sorry, finish your thought. I was just, when you finish your thought, I have a question. That's all. A comment off of something else. That's all.
Okay, perfect. So the FNBA savings and the CD are allocated funds. One is our ambulance fund. It's where we receive any insurance or private pay payments for the ambulance services. It's sitting there as an account that's designated just for those and can go towards updating those needs as they arise. The CD is a state required account to have the landfill closure funds in. Each year, we set aside in the budget the amount that towards having to close the landfill someday. Below that, we have the AMLIC account, which is our cash investment account.
It's
It is, yeah, there was explanations of it in the packet and so it's more liquid than the permanent fund, but it is still an investment account. And underneath, I put a balance, if we've repaid everything to the permanent fund, and that's the 3 million that was borrowed from the permanent fund, as well as the 772,000 for the disaster relief. That would leave our permanent fund balance at 1.8, just,
Or,
I'm sorry. Yeah, not our permanent fund. In a future slide here, that will be important though, if we draw that down to 1.8. Well, actually, right now it's still important. The FNBA checking balance of 1.6 million. This week's payroll and AP, just this week's alone is 561,000. So that's, we're already looking at having to transfer some funds this week or next week. So 1.8 to get us through to July is a concern. I actually would go so far as to say that it will not carry us to July.
And I think one other thing is we were in the same exact situation last year, but in June.
Yeah.
In June, we were in panic, we were trying to figure it out and we just scrambled and took every available funds that we could find and we made it through, but that was June, this is April. So I think that's an also kind of goes back to that 128,000, when the year before we had over $1 million.
Had we been reimbursed last year, that $3 million at that point in June, or is that something that's happened between when this happened last year and now?
The loan that we took from the permanent fund.
The MARAD reimbursement, did you say it was $3 million?
Well, so the Marriott reimbursement was $3 million, and we just kept recycling it until the 20 million was spent. And we just got the final payment January.
Oh,
I'm not sure, yeah.
but was that part of the advice? Sorry, I was in the PhysiCal meeting today, and I'm trying to remember which finance statement I looked at. Did we get advice that it was better to leave it in there for the implications as far as pulling it out? Was there any penalty? Am I getting my meetings confused here?
No, I think there was some things there, I mean.
Okay.
Yeah, I think you're there, but you're ahead of us.
This might
Casey
be a
one?
digression, but something like the ambulance fund, that's a fair chunk of change and it just sits in the bank without any investment possibilities.
So the reason that, and this is a discussion we've been having, is we have to leave it in the FNBA account because Medicare and Medicaid pay into it. But we could transfer and open an ambulance savings account where it would earn higher interest rates.
And it can still do that and still be allocated for the purposes of the EMT.
So it would be restricted to that use.
Yes.
Yeah.
but it would be earned.
And that higher rate is somewhere north of 4% right now, is that what I read?
The AMLIP account, was at 3.9 or 3.2, one day it was 3.9, one day it was 3.10. So it's fluctuating, same as the permanent fund is, fluctuating right now. But it may, and then the, interest rate for even our checking account at FNBA is decent, 3.7.
Somewhere around there.
Yeah, cause we have worked with them, so this is what Cash Fest, I've talked about Cash Fest, this company that we've been working with. Helen started that, and then I've continued with it, and they've helped us figure out these little tricks, like. You absorb your fees, I don't exactly know how they got the 3.7, it had been much lower before that in the checking account, and then open an AMLIP account, and. There's times when they're saying like transfer into the AMLIP account, even though it might have to go back to there. So we're trying to just maximize the interest that we can get off there, and those guys are watching and helping us with that.
But it sounds like Deborah's question is, and I don't know if this is a Blake question or.
We wouldn't put that into the permanent fund?
No, but could you put it somewhere interest bearing so it gets.
Yeah, we could put it in the AMLIP account, and we've been discussing that.
Sounds like that's what
Yes, I mean, I just renewed a CD and it's 4.1% for 3 months. And it's fairly liquid too, and it's far less money that I invested than $371,000, so.
If I may.
Mhm.
Going back to, I think it was 2 slides at this point. It was mentioned for a breakdown of some of those line items. Is that possible to have in our quarterly finance
Yes.
review?
Yes.
Well, I would like to have, I think specifically that we can hash out these details at pending agenda, but more than just a packet in there, it'd be great to have a work session of where we're at. It does not need to be a 2-hour work session, but just that was my intention of calling out this year quarterly work session, hopefully alleviate some of the pressures of Q4 when we're trying to create a budget. So is that something that could be brought forward at that time?
Yes, definitely. When we have those financials, that's what I was envisioning also. We will take it line by line. We don't have to discuss line by line, but it will be presented line by line for
Perfect.
each. In the same format that the budget is presented.
Thank you. Can we go back to current slide? I guess 2 things here. One, how much funds are required in the FNBA checking account? Is that adequate in there, or is that a surplus in there that could be rolled into FNBA savings and then subsequently rolled into a very separate AMLIP account?
Adequate for me or?
So do you need to pay the bills?
I'm just asking what gets pulled out of this FNBA checking account. Is that the right amount in there? Or is there a surplus in there that could go into savings?
There is not a surplus that could go
Okay,
into.
perfect. That's
In the packet, Sam did outline what we're averaging the monthly expenses to be, and I think it was 1.8. I don't have it.
okay. No, that's
One
totally fine.
sentence.
I don't need it at high level of what you said is just fine. So then going back and piggybacking off the conversation we were just coming off of, the savings, would that be a very set, not just line item different in AMLIP, but it could have its own AMLIP account for the ambulance? Or would it have to be lumped into just general AMLIP?
I think it could be in general or split out, but the general ledger account that tracks that amount we would still have an account within our accounting system that splits it out.
Yeah.
Whether it's in with AMLIP, and I'm not sure what Blake would recommend for that. I would
Okay.
probably ask him.
I think that
It
sounds
won't necessarily need to have its own AMLIP as far as I know.
okay. And then final question. I know I've read ahead in the packet and I may be getting ahead of myself. And I see a resolution in there. My understanding is both the 3 million and the 765 from disaster relief, both were allocated to go into the permanent fund. Is that correct? The 3 million was upon repay, which you have the resolution here saying we're finally at that point. But the 765,
We had a discussion on the 765.
72.
72, yeah. And in a previous council meeting, and the discussion was to put it into the permanent fund. After that meeting, it was a discussion after that meeting. We had a couple meetings where I said that we needed to wait until we had until we knew what we were doing with the 3 million, instead of, going through the process with Blake to purchase, buy, and do everything when we go into an actual investment account. We just do it in one fell swoop. So we've been trying to get to this, I have been trying to get to this point for a few months now, and now we're here.
No, I appreciate it. Obviously, having the current total on the AMLIP account, the 5 million plus is great and gives a lot of comfort. Is there still some comfort that's given if the 3 million is transferred to permanent fund and the 772, if I'm correct, stays in there? Adequate? No.
I don't think so.
If we had, so if we just look at quick numbers, the 1873 is with the 772 coming out also, so let's just
Right.
add it back and say 2.5 million would be an AMLIP then, but we know our monthly expenses are 1.6. It doesn't get us through till when we're gonna start receiving most of our revenue for the year, which is July, is when it starts.
So if I might, I'm just looking at the background that the city manager provided to us, and this has come up before. I mean, I've heard past council members, Councilmember Reggiani talked to them about it a lot. I know that it happened. It was a big issue, I think, right in the years, like 5 to 10 years after the oil spill, because the city was completely broke. And was it having to rebuild all of its financial reserves, the permanent fund and everything, but. And I heard this too in the case of nonprofits, so this is a much bigger. Venture than or budget scale that we're talking about than the nonprofits that I manage, but the goal. A lot of times is to maintain 3 to 6 months of operating expenses as cash reserves. 3 to 6 months of the city's operating expenses as our cash reserve, so the number in the FNBA checking ideally would be 3 to 6 months of reserve, of our operating expenses. And that's estimated to be between 4.9 for 3 months and 9.8 million for 6 months of reserves. So we're way below that number at this point. So I think that's the issue is maintaining cash flow so that we can make payroll, we can, if we have more grants or grants that we already have, then we can be making those out of pocket expenditures and have enough cash flow so that we can afford to wait for the reimbursement without panicking about can we make payroll or can we pay our insurance bill or whatever. Yeah, I think that's the big issue. And I know people are concerned about paying back the permanent fund, and I mean, we'll be getting into it, but one thought was, do we want to try to set some kind of a goal for how do we pay that back over time, and what's the timeline for that, how much do we pay per year, do we want, I don't know what that number is, but that's one approach.
Do you want to get into this now, or do you want to wait till we have the presentation? I've got some thoughts here, but I don't want to interrupt where you guys are at.
We're almost done.
Yeah,
What's
I'll
the next?
It's, I think it's here.
just wait.
Not that long. We're there.
We're done.
Well, I mean, just looking at what's coming in front of us, Princeton Sound is a 66 million pink forecast this year. With about 55 billion common property, so that's gonna bring in pretty good revenue. That's a good forecast. I mean, I'm absolutely in favor of having money in the permanent fund, but from my perspective, as fishermen, I don't know what the price is gonna be, but I know that there's a good chance that the volume is gonna be there, and that's where our fish tax comes from, the volume, not price. So it stands to reason that we're gonna be in decent shape. So looking at these numbers, I think the thing is we just need to get through the next 6 months. Or 3 months first, and then 6, and I think whatever we have to do to make that happen. And yes, we're gonna pay the permanent fund back. We should be getting some more disaster money in theory relatively soon. We're supposed to have applications out for fishermen for the next round, although we have not received the round that the city has already received. So we do have some accounts coming to us, but I don't know that we really have any other choice than to use that money to pay these bills, unless someone else has something I haven't noticed or looked at.
Yeah, I'd say it feels very painfully obvious to me as well. And even with a decent forecast for fisheries coming up this season, it's still just a forecast, right? We don't really know what we're gonna end up with at the end of this fiscal year, so it would seem pretty foolhardy to just hope and prayer and for everything in the permanent fund and then start pulling it out of the permanent fund when we actually need to start paying bills. It seems like a disastrous way to manage our funds.
Mayor Smith.
Yes.
I wanted to thank everyone for the really good comments. And I really appreciate the presentation because I've been on council for almost 6 years and some of these things have been so hard to understand. And I appreciate Sam and Cheryl putting it kind of in layman's terms. Wish we had that from the beginning, but I was just going to say, I think we made a budget for fiscal year 25 and we were pretty optimistic on some of our revenues. And I would just say, I agree that I think we weren't going to know anything for the next 6 months. We need to continue and maintain an operating budget with a little level of comfort. And then I would like to emphasize too that I know Councillor Kinsman and I both were looking forward to having running financials so that we can see where we're trending with our expectations for the budget. And I said, I think if we all can monitor that as a group as we move forward in the next 6 months, we're going to get a good handle on where we're at by the time we have to work on the budget. And it is so difficult to have a calendar year budget when your finances federal budget oriented. So anyway, I just agree with the proposal to leave the money in AMLIP so that it's accessible for our everyday expenses until we see what happens.
Oh, yes, Councilmember Kinsman, please go ahead.
Thank you. I think what's maybe missing here on proposed solution is seeing, and I know, and I hope, and the city clerk, you can correct me if I'm wrong on this, is we need 2 resolutions. One is for the 3 million to stay in AMLIP. The other one is for the 772,000 to stay in there. Is that the correct technical way that would work out? If everyone agrees on it, I understand that. 2 separate resolutions?
I'm not sure if we need any resolutions. Did we have resolutions to move the 3 million? What is the ordinance?
It was an ordinance to move the 3 million as a loan.
And then does it speak to reimbursement to the permanent fund?
It says we'll pay it back. Yes.
But it doesn't have a time frame.
Well,
I mean, it wouldn't be bad to
optimistically,
memorialize
we can
these
do it.
decisions in
Yeah.
resolutions. So I would say.
It was never, it was a discussion, right? We
Yes,
didn't have
it was
resolution
not a
for that.
resolution, it was a
Yeah.
discussion that occurred in city council, it was in the packet. But certainly, I mean, I think that's why we're having this work session, is so we can memorialize this.
Yes.
And we can do that with a resolution at the next meeting, if we feel like we're there.
Well, I guess my other thought of that is, with that, do there need to be terms associated with it? And this is more geared towards the other council members of what are your thoughts on terms and what are those terms? Obviously, with that, it'd be great to have insight from staff. But my feelings is there needs to be some kind of terms on it.
Mayor Smith.
Yes, Councilmember.
I was just going to say that I'm still treating that disaster relief money separately, and I would like to see that go into the permanent fund at some point in time, as soon as we can afford to do it. So I guess I would be agreeable to a resolution with terms, but I just want to make sure that does not get minced in and forgotten. And I think the 3 million too, we need to pay back the permanent fund as we can. So maybe memorialize them, but it seems to me like we can do that disaster relief funding, which is less, sooner rather than later.
I think the recommendation at the end is in your write-up is to wait until the end of this fiscal year, basically. So that we can see what the full, where we're at in 24, I guess, and how we
On how 25 is shaping
shaping up. I mean, we don't even, we're already 2 months earlier in scrambling for money than we were last year. I don't know, what it's gonna look like. And I agree, we were very optimistic in some of the revenue projections that we did in the fiscal year 25 budget. We don't know, and we won't know until November. We can look, sure, we can follow the trends, but if you go back to that revenue graph, it's just like this until we go like this. If look, every one of those years was very similar between January and June, and then it was like, whammo, we go up the chart. So even
when this doesn't happen, November and December isn't enough time to change course on that. That is where, as Kathy said, our fiscal year being the calendar year kind of injures us a little bit because our revenues are such that they kind of lend to a July to June fiscal year better. Which is a discussion for another time.
yeah, personally, and I think as we talk through this, our recommendation is that the 3 million and the fish disaster money stays in AMLIP. We do a review at the end of the year and see where we're at. We just don't know right now.
But do we, do we need to keep this large chunk of money out of an interest-bearing opportunity?
It's in a money market, it's in an invested account, AMLIP has an invested account, Alaska Municipal League investment pool.
And when we do look at line items for the financials, 24, and the investment earnings came in well above our projected budget. So it performed very well last year. I don't know what this year's gonna be, but
Yeah, nobody does.
it has the potential of being
Could we write it into, as a thought that whatever interest is earned, that is used automatically as a repayment to the 3 million loan? Is that a way that we could approach, one way that we could approach it? A suggestion, part of it.
I mean, I think we can look at that at the end of the year as a way that we do that. Right now, I feel like we need to keep everything in there until we.
No, I agree with that. I'm just trying to think of ways that we can
start building back.
Begin making the payments back. Commit to something.
So you're saying any interest beyond our monthly bills could go to that, is that summarize your thought?
Interest on the 3 million.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or the 3 million and the 772. The interest on those two things together, can we look at what that amounts to by the end of the year? And at a minimum, potentially.
I'm not sure about separating it out because in AMLIP, it's just it's
Yeah.
5.6 million
You're
right now.
pulling from that amount.
But
constantly.
each monthly statement shows us what our investment earnings are on the full amount and.
And obviously, the
Feedback
more you
and
have,
payments.
the better it's good interest. The better you are.
Or whatever this 3,772,000 is, what percentage that is of the chunk that's in AMLIT. That same percentage of interest would return to help start to pay back the loan, is a thought.
I would agree with that. I would support that thought. And I'm not saying it needs to happen today. Maybe we set the date that, 6 months in. So July 1st is when we will begin collecting these interest, these payments. We know where it's coming from, but we're going to set the payment amount based off of the interest.
Yeah, I don't know, I think that feel the same way, our city manager is thinking that there's just so many unknowns at this point to say we're going to do something in July or not. Feels like there's too many unknowns at this point. I think saying a soft commitment that we will pay it back, and those are some of the ways we might look at paying it back when we get to that point in fiscal year, I think would be an appropriate thing to do, but to say we're absolutely gonna do something in July or August, et cetera, which seems, there's just too many unknowns to be able to do that.
Yeah, so what I'm hearing is there is interest in, I think there's general agreement in holding off on changing what's in the envelope account right now so that we can protect our cash flow, because the envelope account is way more liquid, right, than the permanent fund investments, yeah. So we have access to that pretty quickly overnight if we need it, so I think that's one big rationale for keeping it there. It's still interest bearing, it's still making money, but it's way more liquid. And yeah, so it sounds like we're saying keep it in there until, and review what we have seen in the way of our financials and our audit, and so review that in November. And then we can, decide if we want to do some kind of prorated share of the interest on the equivalent of the percentage of our envelope account that these funds represent. And that could potentially go into the permanent fund as a way to start making some payments. And I'm wondering too, it sounds like it would be really great if we could memorialize all of this in a resolution or some statement so that we have a way to track ourselves and we can go back and also to show the public, like, this is how we're handling it. Does that sound
I would support that,
right?
some way more or less.
So the idea would be to do that now.
A
We would
resolution,
do a resolution that says, we're gonna leave it, we're gonna review in November. We're gonna try to come up with some ideas on how to repay it. And we'll revisit it, basically, we'll come up with a better word than that, but in November to see where we're at and what the potential moving forward is. The one thing we haven't talked about is the interest on the 3 million. And I wrote in my memo that I feel like we're just, if we repay interest, not budgeted, not anticipated, so the agreement was that we would pay interest on the 3 million as long as it was out of the permanent fund. But right now, we're in that place where we're trying to rebuild our cash reserves and rebuild our cash flow. So we're just taking away from that and putting it somewhere else, but we're trying to do this. And so, I mean, I don't get to say that, I don't get a say on this, but I think that's a thought that you should think about. Like, we're taking money from the general fund, basically, from the cash reserves to pay interest on the 3 million that goes back into the permanent fund. So we're lowering our cash reserves with that interest to do that. And in my mind, that doesn't make sense.
Casey's got his hand up. Casey, Councilmember Kinsman?
Yes, and I believe if I heard the table correctly, I interpreted it differently. The interest that would be going back, the interest that's gained on the 3 million, you're not paying the interest on that 3 million. That interest is being used to pay back the 3 million. I didn't hear any conversation necessarily on 3 million plus interest. It is.
Right, I'm just bringing up that part of the original agreement was that we would pay interest on the $3 million. And I think if we're gonna try to memorialize what we're doing, it's just a subject that has to be talked about.
Yeah.
So, I'm sorry, I should have clarified that a little bit better.
I just have a question, so in terms of process here, if there's a resolution that's been made about an activity that we're gonna do, how are we bound by that going forward? Cause that's what you're speaking to, right, is that we had this resolution that said we were going to pay ourselves interest, well, pay ourselves.
It's gonna be an ordinance, that is an ordinance that I'm gonna pass that buck off to Susan.
What will be an ordinance?
Well, the ordinance, the 3 million was an ordinance,
Correct.
not a resolution, because
Right.
it's a permanent one, so I don't know, I mean, can we just? I don't know how that works.
Well,
Point of clarification, Mayor.
Yes, Councilmember Sherman.
So I think we're confusing a few issues here, but when we borrowed the 3 million from the permanent fund in that ordinance 1215 that's in our packets for the work session, we also obligated to pay the interest back to the permanent fund that would be earned on that 3 million, or would have been earned on that 3 million. So that's one issue. But I agree with the manager. I think we can memorialize all of these discussions in our minutes from this work session, that we have a goal to increase and pay back the permanent fund, but we cannot do anything at this time until we're farther along in the fiscal year. We know then recognize that we owe the $3 million plus interest it would have earned in the permanent fund, and the 772,000 from the disaster relief we would like to see all go to the permanent fund eventually. We don't know any amounts that we can put into the permanent fund until we get further along with this year. So I think our minutes are going to show our efforts to repay the permanent fund, but our first effort has to be to maintain the city's daily operations with cash flow issues. And we just pray to God that we have a really good fishing year and our sales tax revenues are high and mighty like we hoped, and we begin to rebuild. I just don't see where we can do much more in terms of putting stuff on paper at this point.
I don't do minutes for work sessions, so that's not gonna help. But I would think it would be awful to write a resolution that memorializes the things that were said tonight. And maybe, I mean, I almost think pending agenda page is a better place for things to always be seen. So, putting something on there at the regular meeting tonight would be helpful. I was even looking ahead at the days of the months, you know, later in December this year. Maybe approving a budget a little bit earlier this year than usual, so that we have some time in December or November, whenever it is you want to revisit this. Because when we get to that time of year, we're gonna be crunching to do budget, so I don't want it all to be lost.
I think it's a big impact on the budget, like, we're gonna have to understand what does our cash reserve look like? And we'll have an idea for 24. We'll know where we ended in 24. We'll have a decent idea of revenue. I mean, we won't have it all. But yeah, it's all gonna collide at one time, at budget time, really.
I hate to say, let's do it in the summer, but you know, let's get
We
on it
can't.
early.
We can't, because you don't have the revenue.
Or on it.
But Susan, are you saying you would be able to take a pass at drafting a resolution that captures what we
Yes,
have talked about here?
yes, I think I can, I'll try to do that for next one.
Okay, so I guess. I'm not clear on. Are we sticking with the 3 million plus interest?
I wanted to ask about, I mean, that was in the ordinance that we adopted, so it seems like we might need to abide by that, but that's the council's decision, but I also thought we could do some projecting about what that would look like. We
Well,
could do some rough calculations with Blake about the rates? I mean, I don't, I suppose the clock has already been ticking, so we
Yeah.
start with when that was withdrawn, so this past year or how many
Yeah, I
months?
think in the packet, it says we're over $200,000 at this point in interest.
Okay,
We set an interest rate, I believe, in the ordinance.
Okay.
I think it was 4%.
Okay.
And when it comes budget time, we do need to budget as an expense, in essence, our taxes and everything else is gonna pay for that.
Mhm.
So that feels a little weird to me. That we're charging ourselves interest and we're gonna have the taxpayers pay it.
If I'm just wondering why there was a discussion about paying interest back from money that belongs to the city. I mean, a permanent fund is just that, it's something for emergencies, something for things that come up that are big projects. And it's okay to borrow money, I'm trying to understand this, it's okay to borrow money from it. And then commit to paying it back, but why tack the interest on?
I would say typically loans from the harbor, loans from the permanent fund come from to enterprise funds. And in that case, we would charge interest because instead of them going out and getting a loan at the Ford dealership and paying 8% for a truck, we come to the permanent fund and do 4 or 5%, whatever the kind of rate is at that time for the permanent fund. We've done that for the dumpster trucks. And a few other,
Harbor, we've done it. The boat,
the boat haul out was done with the harbor a long time ago, but I don't think it pays interest, so.
and we were considering a line of credit at one point,
We do actually have a line of credit, but its interest rate is like 9%.
yeah.
We don't,
In case we were thinking if we were gonna use our permanent fund instead, we should at least do interest. But is it in 1215? Because why can't I find it?
what can you find?
That we said we're paying back with interest?
Yeah, I can see it.
I don't see it in ordinance 1215.
Okay. Answer that question.
If I may.
Yes, Councilmember Henson, sorry.
Yes, that is where the interest came in from. At the time, the conversation was permanent fund or get a line of credit at a exorbitant interest rate. It was whatever, 6+%. It was probably 8%. And so, yes, from the taxpayer's perspective, this was also at the time of the ordinance meant to be a relatively short-term loan, a year. That's where we're at. We're seeing something different now. So I just want to shed light for new council members where that interest came from. Short-term, it was a much better rate than what the banks were going to offer or financial institutions were going to offer. What may need to happen then is that interest is, and I don't know if this comes in an ordinance or resolution, to say interest accrued in 2024 will be repaid, at moving forward or at whatever point, at some point in time, the interest is stopped, the interest is considered that plus the 3 million. And then the remainder of that balance is just repaid back. And we can discuss that in November, December of what that looks like. But there was a very specific reason why that interest clause was in that ordinance.
It's not.
Yeah, I see it.
Well, it was discussed when it was in the conversation, whether it's in the ordinance or not, it was definitely discussed. So, and that's fine. If it's not in there, then that makes this less convoluted.
I don't find it in the minutes of the meeting, but.
If it's not in the resolution, I would say we can push this off in November and we could say that we would like to do this, but we can't do anything until we look at our receipts. I mean, my crystal ball looks pretty cloudy here when it's, I think things look decent for us to get into a better situation, but we just have to pay our bills.
and off of the 3 million, and I can come back to this if that's fine. I would like to explore options for the 3.9 million that was taken for the enterprise fund for the harbor. And I totally separate buckets of money. I understand that, totally separate reasons, totally separate. I get that. What are our options for retroactively collecting that money back from the enterprise fund, the harbor enterprise fund? And again, we can come back to it if we're still in the 3 million conversation.
Speak about the conversation, so.
Yeah, so I did ask that question to Scott, who, was a lawyer who helped us with the 120 and the fee. And his interpretation is that since we have that resolution, which didn't call out the harbor as the repayer, that we can't go backwards to the enterprise funds. We can explore it more, but and I can send you all the email from him. He was pretty clear that he felt like that was not a very good option for us at this point.
If I may, Madam Mayor,
Yes.
start the conversation. I think we're going in the right direction of saying the 772, and we're going to revisit that at the end of this year. I'm amendable to that, absolutely. But that might be a future conversation and future reasoning for this council to say that disaster funds are going back to the permanent fund for this reason. Is just a thought.
The reason is
To recoup money, to help recoup the 3.9 is justification. I know there's nothing in there saying that, there was nothing in the ordinance about it, but justification from the current council of saying, hey, we did take this money and this is why we're taking this disaster. The harbor fund did take this money, 3.9, and this disaster money, which is usually a surplus of some kind, and it comes at one time, of reason why we would like to move this into the permanent fund to help recoup that permanent fund, so we do have money to borrow and loan against it in the future.
3.9 million came out of the general reserves. Or do you mean the 3 million?
But even,
So-
yeah, sorry, I did say permanent fund, thank you. And taking it into the general fund to recoup that 3.9. So 772. It's now sitting in there. We're gonna have a discussion at the end of the year. At some point, we're looking at future dates when other disaster funds could be available, because we don't know that, going back into the general fund to recoup the 3.9. Thank you for the call out on that as a point of clarification.
So not putting the 772 into the permanent fund at the end of when we can make a payment at some point. Correct?
I would be open to that conversation at the end of the year after we have assessed anything, and then moving forward also with just justification and conversation for the current council of why is this going to the general fund and not the permanent fund. And that is what I would point to of the 3.9 that was taken from the general fund, is in a roundabout way of paying it back. And I understand the legality and the financial reasons of why we can't do it, because it was an ordinance with specific language in it. So
The disaster funds didn't have any stipulations on them. They don't have to go to the harbor. Those are actually available for the city of Cordova to use as council determines.
exactly. And that's all I'm just trying to steer the conversation with current council. And sounds like staff is in support of that, of we had 3.9 come out of the general fund. And I apologize for the confusion of saying permanent fund, the general fund, and that being an avenue to recoup some of that money As long as obviously there's no stipulation. I know in the past there have been, I know this year there wasn't, hopefully in the future there's not. And those are all variables, but just to have that conversation around the 3.9. Because it did leave our general fund in a deficit, and that's why we're having this conversation around the 3 million from the permanent fund.
Kevin just brought me the resolution. There was a resolution approved on the same date as adoption of ordinance 1215 that did set terms for the repayment, and that had 5% in it.
What's the number on that?
22409.
It's a verse two, or, but that was a resolution.
It was a resolution. I don't know why we did it.
I don't know what we,
Maybe you can circulate a copy of that after the meeting?
Yeah,
Yeah,
What was the number again?
224.
resolution 22409 on the same date as the second reading of the ordinance. Maybe that's why.
yeah.
So I thought it was, we did the ordinance to remove the money and then we used the resolution to set the terms.
But maybe after first reading, we're like, we should set terms on this, and it wasn't in the ordinance, so we did it in a resolution, got that a second piece. Not long ago.
If it hasn't.
You go, well, how am I including that in this resolution? That's gonna like say a lot of things. Don't know what that's saying.
I just wanted to point out too, it is a little bit confusing, so the resolution, I guess it's 1215.
Ordinance 12.
It's already the ordinance, yeah, just, because it does say general reserve fund, and then in parentheses, it calls it the permanent fund. And so we always, so when we talk about the general fund, that's our,
What we've been calling cash reserve.
yes, yeah, I mean, that's like the checking
What
account.
pays the bills?
Yeah, that's our liquid, you know, our ready cash. And the general reserve fund is actually, is
The permanent fund, which is
the
why
formal name for the permanent fund, what we
Yes.
call, yeah.
we do try, anytime we say general reserve fund, we do try to parentheses. Permanent.
Okay,
Yeah.
I just wanted to make that distinction because I hear all of those terms used interchangeably and but they mean pretty specific things. So, okay.
So, I guess,
So does council want the interest out of that payback? Or not?
I would say,
Or do we say we're waiting?
I think we're gonna wait and discuss that later in the year. That's where I thought we got to.
And that's kind of what you want this resolution that we'll approve next time to say. I will cite all these other
Yeah.
documents that pertain, okay, got it.
I appreciate all the work that you put into making this user friendly. I'm not an accountant.
me,
I need to spell that clearly, so thank you.
And even if you were, government finances are so different from just what a CPA does or, you know, bookkeeper elsewhere does. So, right, Cheryl?
The big learning curve.
And co-ops are even more confusing.
Oh, God, I don't wanna go there.
okay, well. I guess maybe we don't need to call Blake unless somebody wants to hear his memo. Because we put it into the consent here. Okay, I'll just text him and let him know. And there is a quarterly from Blake in the packet. And he is always willing to come and talk to his quarterlies, and he did it last quarter. So I'm thinking maybe every other quarter might be good, especially as we move through this timeframe.
Is there any more discussion or do we want to take end the work session and take a break until 7? Sorry, open to more discussion if there are more.
Yeah.
Because
Or if anybody has any ideas on repayments, that would be something that we could take note of. Oh, look, Blake's there. Hi, Blake.
Hello.
Question about, oh, sorry, go ahead.
Hey, we have gone through the entire packet and we are going to leave the 3 million in AMLIP. And just revisit at the end of the year, which we're calendar year, so, well, our big revenue peak is like November. So we're gonna look and see where we end in fiscal year 25, as much as we can see for fiscal 25, and where we ended in 24. Because that's where the, you know, the cash, reserves dropped dramatically from 23 to 24, and we're starting way lower than we did. So that's where we move forward. We're there. I was just getting ready to text you to say you didn't have to call.
Oh, well, I wasn't gonna let that happen.
But
Um,
you're-
Well, that sounds good. I think there's nothing wrong with that approach. I guess, you don't have to hear me talk, but I'm happy to answer any questions since you got me if you have anything.
Question to ask, Blake, any thoughts on how we might repay in the future? Oh, hi, Blake, this is Councilmember Zastrow. So one of the things we're getting ready to talk about, the remaining time we had for this work session was when we go to revisit in November, where we're at with our general fund and how we might pay back the permanent fund, what ways we might look at doing that. And I'm wondering if you have any ideas on how we might do that.
I don't want to step too out of my lane here, but I think I mean, really, it seems like I missed that discussion, but from where you ended up at, that really, I think that the most, the most important thing is doing it in a fashion that is going to be realistically sustainable, then does not lead to the need to go directly back for those funds, just due to, inability to cope without. As far as what though, I'm not sure if that was hitting the question or.
Yeah, I guess maybe I guess I wouldn't expect you to have some very specific ways of doing it, but maybe some caution, some general ideas.
Yeah, well, I think, and maybe I'll just kind of explain my why I think that where you have landed at is such a, sound decision, is, with where interest rates are right now, you are earning a return that is nearly, with very little risk, at 5% roughly. And the estimated return with where the market is right now, for the permanent fund on an average for the next 10 years is going to be 7%. So there's only 2% more to be gained, or that is being we estimate is going to be missed out on in the long term. But what is not contemplated in just back and forth, it's not as just cut and dry as that 2%. To get that extra 2% right now, you are putting yourself at the mercy of volatility as far as timing if funds have to come back out, and kind of basically having to make that cash available at very bad times. And I think one good thing that can come out of some of this recent market turbulence is this is exactly what I'm talking about. Is you can have very sharp market moves that come at very inopportune times, and if that lines up with a liquidity need, it can permanently destroy value and reduce the value, or hamper like how long it takes to get back to that, with bad cash flow timing. If we were 10 years ago where the interest rate on AMLIP was around 0% at the time, this becomes a much harder decision, because at 0, you're basically accepting that you're not even going to be keeping your purchasing power. That's going to be eroding. with AMLIP 5%, not only are you meeting inflation, you're getting a decent return, and it's not that far below. And this is only, we're talking, 6, 12 months, 18 months, something like that level of difference for 2%. There's not much being left on the table. And you're also not taking on more risks that could be there. If an unforeseen need came up that you just didn't have the decision and had to go back to it. So I'm very happy with that. And I think that, you have the ability to draw that out at AMLIP and can almost guarantee that it's going to be at the level that it is now or higher with the interest rolling in on daily. Whereas I can't make any kind of that comment when it comes to the permanent fund. And this can be, revisited, and happy to give updated analysis or thoughts on this at any time you want to revisit. But I think this is a good, I think this is a very solid, just kind of pause and make sure that you have a little more clarity on what that picture looks like. So.
Thanks.
I've heard this, that anything we put in, if it is earning 7% and we committed to 5, it's earning us money towards our repayment.
Yeah.
Not gonna be huge amounts, I realize, but.
But it's not, it's not that much different than the permanent fund in the short term. 2% more return over a long term on the compound, that can make a big difference. Over in the short term, it's 2%. And so, you're not, yeah. And you have, when there is so much uncertainty around funding levels or when things come in or what, tax revenues are going to look like and all of those things, knowing that you can just remove one uncertainty and be like, we know this money is going to be right here and it's going to earn that rate and that's not going to change. So we can have that piece of our picture, solid. I think while you have those other moving parts, that's a good place to be.
Thank you. Any comments online, Councilmember Sherman or Councilmember Kinsman?
Just generally, thank you, staff. The information, and I'm sure you had a hand to play in this, Blake, was very, very thorough and thought out. So that is helpful. And I know it isn't nothing. I know it came at an expense of your time. So thank you. And thanks for being on, Blake.
Absolutely. Happy to help in the area where we can. So.
And it is so refreshing to have you and your team as an asset, I think, for the city as a whole. So thank you. And hopefully even more so for staff.
And that is the right way. And I say this to Sam pretty regularly, we are a resource for you. So this is exactly the kind of thing that we like to be of service.
Questions, comments? Thanks for putting this together, Sam. I think this has been super helpful. Just sorry, we need to overlook again.
Trust me. What we're finance and background.
If I can add one more thing, I do think that as we talk about how do we repay this, it's very important to remember during budget time that we need to determine at what rate it's looking like we want to, and at that time set what we want to try to make. Because if we just have our revenues match our expenses and don't set something aside to transfer, it's not intentional payback. I think we need to be intentional about this at that time.
Thank you for that insight, Cheryl.
Intentional and sustainable.
Yes.
Those are two things that I heard that we need to have. Great. Okay. Maybe we can take a little recess,
Well, just adjourn the work session.
adjourn the work session, okay, any last comments, questions, concerns, anybody?
Well, if I can be of any further help or there's any follow-ups, Sam knows where to find me and I'm happy to do that.
Great, thank you, Blake.
Thank you.
All right. Have a good evening, everyone.
All right. During the work session. Break. And. come
Is it
back
the-
at 7.
Is it the same Zoom link?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
So maybe just mute yourself between now.
Yeah, we never turned them on. You're good to go. Susan. Very appropriate.
What now? Oh,
They're all
Plan.
over right now.
I guess everybody's having fun.
Double one here.
I've got a question for you. Yeah, so like the letters that I sent. He got me on it. I'm okay. The future, they don't get them. First, you just recognize what out there, but I like, I put it like on say that it's automatically done. This was something that was after the decision.
Oh, I didn't know.
And then I, that's your man's trick, set it out, but I'm just trying to figure out the procedure.
Along with me.
So that, you know.
I wonder if that's one thing, but that's Susan Atkins.
You know, they just throw it in.
Okay, are you ready to go? Sorry. Oh, no, sorry. Casey was asking.
Thank you for the half. Everybody's getting tanked up. Yeah. Loved up. Everybody.
Tank Kristen. Tank. That didn't sound good.
Well, coffee.
Well, we did feed you from the brewery.
All ready?
Yes.
Room is open. Okay, and we'll call the meeting to order at 7:02 by our clocks, and we join you in the pledge of allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Mayor Smith,
Here.
Deborah Adams,
Here.
Aaron Hansen,
Here.
Casey Kinsman,
Here.
Mike Mickelson,
Here.
Wendy Rainey,
Here.
Kathy Sherman,
Here.
Dave Zastro.
Here.
That is all council.
Thank you. So we have an agenda before us. I would entertain a motion to approve the agenda. I move to approve the regular agenda.
Second.
Is there a second? Thank you. Are there any amendments to the agenda as presented? Hearing no objection, we'll consider the agenda approved. We have just, the next is the disclosures of conflicts of interest and ex parte communication. Does anyone have any conflicts to declare or ex parte communications on any issues on tonight's agenda? Communications by petitions from visitors. Do we have any guest speakers lined up? Are there any audience comments regarding items on the agenda? Come on.
I'm Sharon Jones. Do I need to give my address or something? I'm really nervous.
Yeah.
Sorry. So I'm Shannon Jones. I live at 514 Sunnyside Drive. And I'm here to comment on the agenda items regarding the Science Center in the packet. And you guys have three projects proposal in the packet now. And I'm here on behalf of our companies.
Serenity Adventure Charters that my family has, and we've got a pending letter of interest before, to purchase the structure or lease the entire building. We want to establish an adventure lodge in the harbor for short-term lodging for our clients so that we can expand our business, and I believe that it would bring revenue and, more, tourism to Cordova, which Cordova needs more, sorry, I'm really bad at this. Needs more revenue, and we would like to expand our business and help grow that part of Cordova. So we're just asking that, you would consider sending the property through the request for sealed proposals. We would really like that you put it out there to purchase the building. The projects in the packet are rather costly for the city, and the city doesn't really have the funds to do all of those things, and we would really like to see maybe private enterprises be able to make use of that and take care of that for the city and to benefit the city. And that's all. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Your audience comments, thank you. I should have said something earlier, but I'm gonna try to keep to our practice of 3 minutes for speaking, just so thank you.
I'll be good, I promise. Okay, Brooke Mallory, 1027 Whiteshed Road. Today I am here representing the Native Village VIAC as the Tribal Council Chair. I'm here for new business item number 19, the council action on disposal and method of disposal for lots 19 to 25, block 6 original town site. We went through planning and zoning last week. Planning and zoning in front of you has approved and proposed that city council request sealed bids for purchase or sale. I know the Native Village VIAC, we have an interest in doing a sealed bid as well as potential purchase of those properties for our projects listed. So I just want to put a plug in for that because I can't stay tonight. And then I'd like to take my council hat off and just a citizen. Last week, I spoke in public comment at the planning meeting, and the breakwater lot, I know has been on and off contentious piece of lot or land for the city. And sitting here, I think a month or so ago, listening to the discussion by the city council at the time, acknowledging that yes, the prep of that lot costs a lot of money. It's a unicorn lot. It's an area that people use to watch boats come in and out of town for gillnet openers. But at the same time, I would speak towards some kind of compromise of a small portion for a small park and then selling the lot or making money from it. We need to find revenue and long-term, something we can get money out of. We can't hold on to more parks and unicorn lots, and especially things that we know, hey, we can probably sell that for a lot more than we put in or what we say it's worth. And I have zero interest in it. I just think that we need to be looking at those types of things, at both revenue and expenses for the city. So I appreciate all you guys do, and you're free to be in. Thank you.
Hello, David Allison, 203 Whiskey Ridge. I like Tony's view back there, so. He must be in Kodiak or something this week, but anyway, I've got some comments, I guess in a roundabout way, it's on your agenda, your pending agenda, more catered towards your workshop that you just got done with. I think you're making a rat's nest out of your long line. And in that, ordinances and resolutions are two different beasts. Ordinances take two readings and a public hearing. They're legally binding, of you. A resolution or a general motion can be overridden anytime. Right now you've got a ordinance obligating the Harbor Enterprise Fund to $3 million. That was to be repaid when the raised reimbursements came in. It's all been done. That all should have been handled as soon as that last raised reimbursement came in. Now, tonight you were talking about doing some other kind of resolution, clarifying that you weren't gonna repay that loan, but then you were gonna talk about in November or sometime prior to budget, repaying that with general funds. Now you're mixing general fund with an enterprise fund. The enterprise fund is who is obligated to that $3 million, not the general fund at this point in time. I think it'd be much cleaner to repay that, finish that ordinance, get that repaid out of the way. You don't have to move the money out of AMLIP, you don't have to move the money, and we're just code that in your accounting as repaid. And then if you need money for the general fund, which I agree you do, then do another ordinance taking money from the permanent fund, whether that's a loan or a gift or repayment terms. I mean, that can all be decided by you guys. To get money for the general fund. That way then the general fund is what is obligated to repay that, or maybe it's a gift, I don't know, however you decide to do that. But then the harbor is done with their part of it. The harbor isn't on the hook. We're not mixing harbor funds with general funds, that kind of thing.
Sorry.
You also, on December 16th, if you look at the minutes for December 16th, it was not just discussed to move that money to the permanent fund. It was, there was motion made, it was amended, the amendment passed, tried to be amended again. But anyway, you can read the minutes of 12/16/24, where it was passed 7-0 by council to move that money, the disaster funds, into the permanent fund. Now again, that was just a motion that can be override by another motion, can be overridden by a resolution, however you wanna deal with that, that's your part. But my point is that you're obligating the harbor now to funds that you're gonna repay with the general fund. It was confusing to me. Just be a lot cleaner to pay the one back, do another one, to get money from the general fund. Thank you.
Thank you for sitting through the work session. Other audience comments on agenda items? Okay, chairpersons and boards of commissions, chairpersons and representatives of boards and commissions. I don't see school board or hospital with us tonight. And we don't have a student council report, so that takes us to the consent calendar.
So if the new ones don't realize, I just, take the roll on the consent calendar, you don't have to make a motion. As long as nobody wants to pull anything from there. So on the consent calendar, Deborah Adams,
Yes.
Casey Kinsman,
Yes.
Wendy Rainey. Yes. Kathy Sherman,
Yes.
Aaron Hanson,
Yes.
Mike Mickelson,
Yes.
Dave Zastro,
Yes.
and the consent calendar is approved.
Thank you. Thanks for our volunteer fire department officers. So approval of, we did that approval of minutes, consideration of bids, proposals, contracts, we have. Council action on new impound lot. proposal, proposed motion on page 15. There.
I move to direct the city manager to negotiate a contract with Cordova Power Sports LLC to provide the construction services outlined in RFP PW 25-02 for the sum not to exceed $135,000.
Second.
Second, okay, so we've got, yeah, for a motion and a second, so Councilmember Astor, you can speak to your motion.
Yeah, I just wanted to get it out for discussion, just reading through the descriptions, it's something we've been talking about for a while, we need an impound lot, it's been discussed quite a bit. It looks like the funding is online to make that happen, and staff has gone through the process of evaluating potential bidders to do the work, and I feel that it's right to move forward.
Thank you. I think Councilmember Mickelson was second. Did you want to, do you have any comments on the motion? No, okay. Councilmember Sherman, do you want to speak?
No, I was kind of echo. It looks like staff has gone through all the steps where the fiscal note is covered for us. And it's a good project that we've been needing to get going. So I'm in favor of it.
Going on the table, Councilmember Hanson, do you have any comments? Anything else? Councilmember Manning?
Yeah, I just have one question. In reading the description, it says that there will be an 8-foot tall chain link fence topped with barbed wire. 2 separate vehicle access gates, and there's going to be cameras. Why do we need barbed wire?
I'll let Kevin speak to that.
So the police department needs to store vehicles there that are under active investigation or court cases. And so there's certain standards that they have to have an impound lot up to be able to meet those standards, so those vehicles can be used as evidence in cases.
And that requires barbed wire.
Some sort of top, whether it's barbed wire or razor wire or something like that.
Okay,
Yeah, that was what was requested specifically by them.
okay, thank you.
Councilmember Kinsman, do you have any comments or questions?
No, thank you for moving forward with this, and I look forward to the impound lot not being directly in front of the city center from the harbor point of view. So thank you.
Discussion, no further discussion. All right, all those in favor of the motion as presented, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign? Reports of officers. I did include a written report, and I guess I just wanted to add to that a little bit. I was at the 4-Acre Group Leadership Summit this past Monday and got to hear Senator Murkowski speak, which was great. Of course, people are saying, what can we do? How do we respond to the changes that are happening at the federal level? And she said, continue to use your voice, continue to speak up. And I think her office is pretty accessible and pretty receptive. I mean, she was recounting a lot of firsthand comments and stories that she received and heard from people she talks about, people she hears from when she's going through the airports. But it just made me think about we got a lot of questions in February, like Cordova Times reporters were calling us saying, what are you hearing about what we're losing in the way of federal jobs? And of course, we heard about the Forest Service, but I think since then, what I'm I think we knew this was gonna happen, but I didn't know exactly how it was gonna take shape. It's not just the jobs that we're losing, it's potential, I would be really concerned about potential cuts to Medicare and what that could mean for our hospital. They're talking about freezing the Head Start grants, the Chugachmute nonprofit arm of that serves the Chugach Alaska region has had a grant a Head Start grant. They were gonna open a Head Start program here. And so that's a job that we would have had, and that's childcare for kids that is desperately needed in this community, so. Things like that. NOAA, I think, is a big concern. If they're not collecting fisheries management data, if they're not providing not collecting weather data and providing weather services, weather forecasting services. So I'm just trying to start the list and kind of watch the things, essential air service, secure rural schools. I think I had a couple others. But we should all be watching and we should be advocating. We should be going to Murkowski and Sullivan. I know it seems like it gets old because some of us have been thinking about these things and making calls, but I think we just have to keep watching for the ways that this community could be affected, even if we're not, if it isn't like a specific job in this community that we think of as being lost, it's still services that are being cut and services that benefit us directly. And one of my thoughts too is the FAA. I don't know if anything's happening out there, but I imagine all of those things are being looked at, so. Yeah.
I would add the Coast Guard.
And Coast Guard, thank you,
To that list.
Yeah.
If I may, Mayor, I thank you for the report. Lots of great information here. I'm glad you're tracking this as we all should be. I would add on to the watch list. You have to ask the question, what else should we be looking at? I think disaster relief fund is something we should be tracking as well. As you know, last year was not a great year. And I'll add on to I guess this is my opinion from a couple of hats I wear, but the effects of federal positions, federal organizations, agencies being diminished, and that effects on Cordova are real. With the Forest Service right now, we've lost more than 50% of our staff. And that's just through a variety of things that have happened recently. And we're facing the Forest Service in general, USDA, a reduction in force that should be starting any day now. And that's gonna be more people leaving. And at this time, here in Cordova, the staff that works at the Forest Service are all permanent people. Many of them own homes or at least rent. So they're year-round permanent residents that bring income into our community that we no longer have in our community. So it's real, and probably a lot of people don't recognize how real it is, these things that happen in DC, other states, other locations. These decisions were made. They hit home in little towns like Cordova as they do anywhere else.
Having said that, I know, I wanted to reinforce your message about making progress moving forward, because I think there's a lot of truth to the thought that what you focus on expands. So we do want to focus on what we are achieving and keep the positive things moving forward so that we're not completely succumbing to the negative stuff, because good things are happening, so.
And I'll add on to the rural schools. There's actually two parts of rural schools that we benefit here in Cordova. One is Title I, which goes to our schools. Title II is funding that goes to a project having to do with resource management, restoration, and roads and trails maintenance and construction. And we bring in through a variety of different funding sources. It used to be timber receipts, but it's gone through a different gyrations, come from different funding sources to farm bill is the most recent one. But we've gotten $1 million to $2 million every 3 years or so that comes into our community for a variety of projects that all types of entities have put in for and have used. So yeah, the rural schools is a huge deal.
Yeah. Thanks. I guess I just wanted to mention a couple other things so that people are aware. The Rasmussen Foundation is coming to town on the 15th of May. I think there's a community reception from 4:30 to 6 on the 15th. I assume that's gonna be here. But I saw an email invitation and I realized I wasn't 100% paying attention, but to the location, but keep an eye out for that. And I think coming up on May 6th, there's a salmon harvest task force meeting, which people might want to be thinking about commenting at, members of the community. And then the Alaska Marine Highway Operations Board has a meeting on the 25th. So what is that, next Friday? Yeah, next Friday. And they'll be taking comment also there on the long range plan for the Alaska Marine Highway System. So those are all opportunities for vote to chime in about services that benefit or services or economic activity that affects our community. Thank you. Happy to answer any questions. So city manager reports.
Okay, so I mentioned earlier, we do get a Denali grant, to put towards the Second Street match, for 300,000 outside of the 1.2, that brings us down, I think, to about 1.2 million. For that match that is due next year, or next year for the match for
I wasn't listening.
Second Street next year match?
Yes, next year.
Yes. And also Kevin attended the spring bear meeting, took place with all the groups that get together. We are still putting stuff out on the internet, and we will continue to do that. A lot of my time in the last 2 weeks, or week and a half, I would say, have been spent on what we did in the work session. But during that time, I also reached out to DNB after the last meeting. And we are now working towards getting a mobile DNB unit here. They will do real ID. We have to collect and verify documents, and so Amy, who is like my hero, called and volunteered to do that. Not only did she volunteer, but she has experience doing that because she does it for the PFD, because she works at the LIO. So she's running that part of it right now, and I did not talk to her today, but on Monday, she had processed 28 people and she had 70 people on the list. And there have been people in every day looking for the right addresses on their mail. So the hitch is we have to get all this, get it back to DMV, and then they'll tell us when they come. We can't get a date beforehand. They're also willing to do driver's tests for people who need a driver's license, and that needs to be registered with Amy as well. You have to have your permit for 6 months. They are also willing to consider other things that cannot be done online. Like there is some registrations that are difficult to do or cannot be done online. So if you have a problem like that and you can't do it online, go see Amy, get on the list. She'll put your need down and you will bring it forward to DMV, and then after we talk with them, we'll kind of figure out where we're at on those. So anything that can't be done online, if it can be done online, they're not gonna do it. I did meet with Blake and Cash Fest to talk about what we talked about tonight, but also Cash Fest, I talk with them on a pretty regular basis to try to make sure we're keeping the money where it's getting the best bang for its buck on interest. And I did meet with Hannah from the hospital. We talked about some of the CIP things. We talked about some grant opportunities, and we're also just talking about federal funding, what it's looking like, how she's feeling, and those kinds of things. So we try to meet whenever she comes to town. I worked with the public works director and crew, reviewed those proposals with them and some other projects that are going on. And then, starting to slowly put on my calendar weekly and or bi-weekly meetings with department heads, kind of depending on how long they've worked here. Weekly is gonna be probably a good goal. And so speaking of that, I was gonna introduce, since Ed came, you wanna come up here? So this is Ed Brooks, our new fire marshal, and he's very excited to be here, even though it's snowing.
So, yeah, I'm Ed, I'm the new fire marshal. I'm thankful to be here. Look forward to doing a lot of things here with the community and getting to know everybody and working with everybody and just doing a great job. So, thanks.
Thanks, Ed. You're welcome.
We are very pleased to have you.
And then Amanda's here because she did all the research on these documents that are in the packet that talk about the Prince William Sound Science Center building. So if you have any question about what's in the packet, you can ask her, but we also talked with the lawyer about the lease contract, because I feel like it's important to understand that part of it as well, and, Amanda did a good summary of it, which we will email out to you, in a nutshell. Anybody can get sued, I mean, that's just, it doesn't matter. Right, wrong, they don't have a case, they have a case, you can get sued. So there's never any way to say that there couldn't be an issue like that. But what the lawyer did say is there is a lot of ways that we can, protect ourselves within within the lease. Including, as is, where is, these are known issues, and all these different things that we can put in, which aren't generally in our leases anyway. But with this one, we could, if we chose to move in that direction, we could really make sure. We can also say, we're not fixing it, we do know this. And it is as is, where is, and you're taking the risk. So just want to put that out there, but if you do have any questions, I mean, Amanda did all of the work on all of it, really. So,
Well, he did say that, if we were to fix things up, that could actually make us more liable for issues, so if we are gonna do any maintenance, it would just be routine maintenance that we were already gonna do because it's our structure. And then if we are going to lease it out, it would be as is, where is, with all faults. And, it's in our indemnity language in there already in our, leases, so. But, if that helps.
I should know the answer to this. Do we have, when engineers did all those building condition assessments?
they did not do the science center buildings, they did a quick look at what it would take to move it. But they didn't
Whatever
assess it.
documentation you have could attach to a lease and say, this is part of the lease agreement or the sale agreement. Okay.
That was part of it, so that as is, we don't have to do anything when we say as is, whereas with all faults. It's the person who's purchasing or leasing it, they need to do their due diligence and go investigate the conditions. Then they agree to any conditions they can see and not see. It's their due diligence to go find out if, there's contamination in the mud or anything like that. If they're planning on doing something, that's has nothing to do with us. We're leasing or selling as is, whereas with all faults, so.
Do we have any questions on the engineering or the potential envirotech? And there's obviously a wide range of.
Maybe we wanna talk about that more when it comes up. For item 20. We want questions now, anyone on this? Yeah.
Mayor Smith.
Yeah.
Well, I guess just for the rest of council, I went down and looked at it a little bit. There's some good things about what's going on there, and there's also some things that definitely needs attention. I'm obviously not a professional, but there's certainly canneries in town that have worse stocks than what's underneath Science Center. I think, based on that, we have some proposals here. It seems prudent to me, we've got some of this interim information to help us make a decision, but it seems like planning and zoning should look at some of the proposals. We should see what the proposals are. We have enough money we have enough information to look and say, hey, this is what it would cost. We've heard from the lawyers what our liability would be, and that way we can actually evaluate the proposals in front of us. I don't think we really need to make a decision on it until we see what the proposals are.
So this is just to touch on the condition, the science center was recently recabled telecom cables underneath. And the report from the techs were that they could peel pilings apart by hand, there really wasn't any good heat underneath when they were working directly.
Yeah.
So, yes, thank you for this. This is super helpful, all this information, all the different potential possibilities of what we might do out there. But right on, up top was, the potential to do an investigation of the pilot for just under $10,000.
Yeah.
And so, I guess, my question, is that something that's budgeted potentially that we can afford to do? Where would we come up with that money if we chose to do that?
It's not budgeted.
It's
I mean,
just something we'd have to pull from somewhere else. Right? I mean, especially after what council, both these council members here, who I trust very much in their assessment of things, from their backgrounds. I would feel uncomfortable without doing some more investigation on those patterns in particular about what they could hold. And it is a tough thing when you're talking about what lawyers will or will not take to court, but if somebody were to take this to court, whether they are successful or not, that's a cost, that's gonna take money that we don't have. I'm afraid of just anything that might take us to court, over something so simple. So, anyhow.
I guess my question would be, so if they come back with a proposal, like many of the other ones that are attached here. What,
Oh, they come back to do some of the work.
if that, well, they're gonna come back and tell you what's wrong, and then
Right.
give you a scope of work, so.
Then what?
Yeah, are we even gonna consider that? I mean, because that goes well above $10,000, and so.
To just do an assessment of whether or not those pilots are serviceable to continue. If we wanted to lease out, say they've got a 15-year lifespan left in them, where we can reasonably say nothing's gonna catastrophic fail at 15 years. Then maybe we can say, sure, let's lease it out for a period of time. Or if they come back and say, hey, there's a potential for catastrophic failure in the next 3 years, then yeah, I would feel really uncomfortable.
We would know how many of them are rotting, you're gonna be scanned, count, but anyway, do we want to try to make a decision here, or we wait till it comes up on the, I think we can ask the planner questions if you've got questions about process or
Well, it's not on as an action item to decide yes or no on the condition assessment. This is just information as a report.
Right.
So I guess the item later, you can use this information in your decision on the item later.
Yeah. And we can also talk about what we want to ask the planning commission to do with regard to this item.
Yeah, I think there's an opportunity just to, from my reading of it, looking at the costs. It's very unlikely that the city would be able to do anything if it was still our will. Removing the facility, cleaning up all the mud within the next 10 or 15 years. Certainly there are, the X-racing is not great, there's some couple filings that are bad, there's ways to deal with that. And depending on what the bid was. I think, it's hard to imagine someone bidding on a use for that property without going underneath their taking a look at it, so I would assume somebody has at least done a little bit of work. I think we just need to wait and see what they come up with. We sort of have a couple different scenarios of how this could play out, what it's gonna cost the city to demolish the thing. We can evaluate the level of risk that we're comfortable with once we see the proposal, what they're suggesting, whether, because if they wanna buy the area that's there, maybe we have a different response than if they want to lease it or, there's a lot of information that we can't really respond to without seeing what they're willing to do.
The attorney also said, if it's a lease or a purchase, it doesn't matter, these people who are proposing, if they do want this, then it's their responsibility to do their due diligence, inspect it, and then assume the risk. So if the pilings are bad underneath and they lease it anyways, knowing that they need to replace the pilings, that's their responsibility. So that's something else to think about.
So you have that correspondence from the city attorney?
Yeah.
And is that something that can?
We don't have, We don't have a correspondence.
Oh,
We talked to them on the phone.
Oh, I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
this
Okay,
is
I'm
like,
sorry. I thought there was something
it's
in writing. Okay.
It's a summary of that phone call, it's not,
Thank you.
it's not a letter from a
Okay,
lawyer.
okay. I misunderstood. Okay. Council want to,
Well, it sounds like we have to move it to 20, because this,
Yeah.
there's no action.
right,
This is just part of the report.
um. Any other questions for the city manager? Anybody online, Councilmember Sherman or Kinsman? See, okay. All right, well then we can, yes, we will pick this up again in a little bit and we can move on to the city clerk's report. Thank you.
I have, I'm channeling Rich Rogers. I have 3 quick items. I haven't said that in a long time. I've included the attendance report, which, a few years ago, I was told to do that every so often, so I'll try and do it maybe twice a year kind of thing, just keep you updated on attendance. And number 2 is that Board of Equalization is Monday. And I've been a little bit sending you some emails and information about that. Arnie, the assessor, got here today. There have been 35 assessment appeals. I thought I overheard, he really just got here, the light was late, so it was like cross paths. But I thought Colette said he had maybe almost half of them resolved already before he even got here, so that's great news. And he has a bunch of appointments over these next few days, hopefully to handle a bunch of the others. I'll put the ad out as far as that we're having the Board of Equalization meeting on Friday. And I'll try and get you guys packets of materials of any of the actual appeals that are coming to the board, you know, as soon as possible. Might be over the weekend, might be Monday, but we'll just make sure that you have enough time to read through it all and handle it appropriately. There will be one for sure, which is, there's been a senior citizen exemption application that was denied, so and that is an appeal that will be coming before you. Because that's just required to come before council as an appeal. And then number 3 is that I've been working with, the local government specialist at DCRA, who's gonna come, and it's looking like June 11th, which is a Wednesday, for a council training, 2 to 3 to 4 hours or so. She and I can tailor it. I'm gonna kind of tag team a little bit with her. Hope that's not too late into the season. Do you think you'll be around June 11th? That was, I think, the earliest you could do. Hopefully.
With Starlink. Someone.
Excellent. Okay, that's good to hear. And that is all I have for report. I can answer questions.
And we'll just say that, it has been the practice, hasn't it? In the summertime, we go back to meeting once a month.
We kind of decide at the first meeting of each month if we need the second meeting.
Right, okay, so we'll see on June 4th if we need the meeting on the 18th, but at this point, we're talking about the 4th and the training on the 11th. Okay, thank you.
Yep.
So then we have, any questions for the clerk, I'm sorry. Staff reports in our packet, we've got reports from the Historical Museum and the Library, Parks and Rec Department. A report from our investment manager, Alaska Continental Capital. Also, for Department of Water Works. Somebody, Councilmember Kinsman, did you?
Oh, no, I think I was.
Oh, Dick, Councilmember Kinsman, sorry.
I've heard a little bit from our Parks and Rec director about the pool. I wonder if there's any additional updates with that.
I don't have any additional updates from when I spoke with you this week. We're hoping to have some more information by next week about some issues that are happening right now. But definitely will be in my report for my meeting on the 29th.
It's the mechanics, right? It's not the liner itself.
We're not sure what's going on with it. We do have some leakage in lines, so. And we're just not sure where it's coming from. So it's a process to rule out
Yeah.
different things.
Mhm.
Try to not get ultra focused on one area.
It's not fully up and operational, just using it but not open on a regular schedule at this point, is that?
Oh,
right?
we're open on a
Regular
regular
schedule.
schedule.
Okay.
Yes, we're keeping that until at least school swim is over and that happens on May 1st. So we might shut down for briefly just to catch our breath and you know, troubleshoot some more about what's going on.
I isolate.
Yeah.
Thank you. Comments or questions about staff reports? It's always great information. I think the Parks and Rec report is, I mean, you've got some numbers that are moving up in terms of participation and hours of facility usage and things like that, so that's great to see.
And another pickleball tournament.
Okay. Sure rackets. Okay. I definitely should also give a shout out to, well, I mean, to all of the reports, Harbor and Public Works, but the Public Works report I thought was very helpful and thorough. So thank you. Correspondence, yeah, there's a couple letters in the packet that I sent, based on discussion from our previous meetings and some comments, we talked about the watch list and do you want to?
It was the letter to, Louis Stutes regarding the BSA for, education funding, and it's not just the BSA that's problematic in retaining teachers. It's, there's no defined benefit program anymore in the state, so there's no incentive for a, young, just starting a career teacher to come and stay. And that, is a problem with my current colleagues. I've been insulated from that problem, but my colleagues don't have a retirement program. And every time I've gone to Juneau, I've made sure that I bring that up. It just we need to keep beating the drum. And every school district, and this is, you know, probably whining about it, but every school district is facing some severe cuts and deficits because of the refusal to raise the PSA. And it hasn't gone up in at least 7 years. So I have a real opinion about it. Sorry.
No, that's, I mean, it's. We started out the year, I think, talking about the possibility of a $1,600 increase to the BSA because that would keep up with inflation, so $1,000 doesn't even do that much, but, you know.
And I try to remind our representatives that the state has 3 obligations. One is public safety, infrastructure, and education. And they're not even meeting the mark with education.
Public safety, is that what you said? So then I think we come to ordinances and resolutions. And there's ordinance 1230 on page 67.
Ma'am,
Yes,
I move to approve ordinance 1230, amending Cordova Municipal Code 7.40.030.
I'll second that.
thank you. It's been moved and seconded. This would amend the Cordova Municipal Code, adding clarification to the land disposal map noticing process. So council members Esther, did you want to speak to that?
Seems like a pretty clear administrative cleanup that needs to happen. So, yeah,
It's pretty straightforward.
Councilmember Kinsman?
Yes, I want to, I'm sure this has trickled over to the current planner, but I know this came during Kevin's tenure as the planner, and this was direct feedback with some confusion on the available, not available process that we currently have in code. And so I appreciate him moving this forward. This just cleans it up, hopefully makes it more transparent for the citizens of Cordova. So I'm in favor, and thank you.
Any other council members? Want to comment or have questions for staff? Hearing no further discussion, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 7. Guess I should say, any opposed, same sign, but motion passes. Okay, so then, resolution 042508. 70 in our packets. The resolution of the council of the city of Cordova, Alaska, adopting the 2025 land disposal maps. Would entertain a motion.
Madam Mayor, I move to approve resolution 04-25-08, adopting the 2025 land disposal maps as presented.
Second.
Did Councilmember Kinsman, would you like to speak to the motion?
Yeah, I agree with it. Thank you for our current planner and moving this forward. I'm sure this was a professional development opportunity working with the public works director on this, but this is great. I'm glad to see it come before us once a year, and I'm in support.
Councilmember Sherman?
Sure, thank you. Yes, I'm just amazed at how far we've come in the land disposal maps over the years, and this is just one of the best I've seen. There's been a lot of thought and comments put into it, I know, by planning commission and by council. So hopefully this will make it easier for people to find land that is available currently on the maps. So thank you.
Council members? Questions or comments about the land map? There are some changes between from the 2024 to the 2025 maps, which are noted in the packets. About it's showing that some have 2 title lots, ATS 220. Those 2 lots have been removed from the map because they were sold. There's a lot in the Southville area that's changed from available to available required subdivision. Kodiak Park has a couple of changes for lots there, Center Drive. Howard Creek Road shows 1 lot that was removed because that property has been sold. So it's not like we're radically changing, I think, any big lots from unavailable to available or anything like that. This is also a voice vote. So all those in favor of adopting the 2025 land disposal maps, please signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Same sign. Motion passes. That's 7-0. Thank you to the planner and the planning commission. I'm sure that took a lot of review time.
Took a lot of ink, but that's okay.
Learn to be cognitive about it.
Okay. That brings us to resolution 042509. A resolution by the council of the city of Cordova, Alaska, authorizing the conveyance of track 9B ASLS 73-35 Cordova small tracks to Chris Boland, Angela Jepson, Bob Ladd, and Jackie Ladd.
Mayor, I move to adopt resolution 042509.
I'll second.
Thank you. Second, Councilmember Manning, to speak to that.
I think, you know, they took there's some history in that property and, you know, they've talked about their plans for it, and I just think it's a great thing to utilize that property however we can, since it's so restricted.
Yeah, I echo Councilmember Rainey's comments and with the stipulations as far as what can remain during certain times of the year. I think there's no reason not to do it and it creates a little bit of revenue, so I think it's a good thing to do.
Thank you. Any other comments, any questions? Anything from folks online, Councilmember Sherman?
I think just more broadly, I know this came up probably 2 councils ago, was and this can come up at pending agendas, where lease money needs to be planted and housed and stored. It sounds like there's no real clear guidance on it. Sales of property, sounds like that's very clear. It was clear with a question mark. Not sure if we got to the bottom of that one either. It's clear on the intention behind it that it should go back to the permanent fund and subsequently being allocated, with the impound lot being a perfect example of that. But just curious if there's any appetite to being a steward of these lease monies that come in. So that was my only comment. I support it. I think it is a very specific lot for, I'm glad to see someone putting it to use.
Was there discussion on this saying it should go into the permanent fund? I recall hearing that from previous meetings. You also remember that? All these money.
I mean, I forgot. Well, I remember that we said that we couldn't fund it in.
Well, it's not, it doesn't say it's required. It says it may,
Okay.
and that's the purchase price. I think probably the lease part wasn't in there, but I mean, I guess I have some thoughts on lease funds. We have to maintain those leases. We have to send them letters. We have to do legal if they're not doing their leases. It's not just like we get $500 a month and nothing ever is. So I think there's some discussion to have on leases. But.
I do remember that.
Sorry.
Oh, I was just gonna say that was brought up by a previous council member.
Mr. Baylor, yeah.
Yeah, and it was either or. You could do one, or you could do it or not do it, I think.
It was, yeah.
It wasn't, yeah.
It was not required.
It was may, not shall.
Yeah.
Did you have a comment, Councilmember Kinsman?
Yep, and my whole point around it was just, it seemed like it was, it just warranted some further conversation. That's all.
Is this a situation where we should say, you know, minus administration costs or whatever, the remainder would go in, or do we just want to stay flexible on it? And I mean, is it a huge burden for you, I guess, is the question.
Well, I don't do it, but it is a staff time. I think I can't like give you an answer off the top of my head. I just think it's important to know that we do work with the leases. I mean, when you sell something, once that's all done and gone, you're not doing anything else with it. So. And we can have.
I guess add pending agenda would be appropriate if somebody wants to put it on pending agenda, or, you know, bring it forward to have an ordinance change and absolutely clarify it one way or the other.
would say we, in that discussion, we would have to factor in kind of what is the cost of making the investment. Well, if the lease amount isn't a huge amount of money at the end of the year, and we're,
I was also, yes, we always have these amounts as, in our
Their revenues in our budget
Yeah.
every year.
so that we would be taking more money out of the budget.
right,
General fund,
yeah.
revenue.
But we can certainly put that into writing, you know.
Mhm. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, okay, so, any other comments about this resolution? Right, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
I,
Thank you. Any opposed, same sign? Motion passes 7-0. Okay, so we don't have any unfinished business, we can move on to new and miscellaneous business, and the first item is council action on disposal of lot 4A, block 3, USS 3345. Which is the lot on Deanna Lake. And yeah, on page 123 is a suggested motion. If anyone would be interested in making a motion so we can have a discussion?
Sure, Mayor, I'll do that. I move to approve the proposal from Diane Rydell and direct the city manager to negotiate an agreement to lease or purchase lot 4A, block 5, USS 3345.
Is there a second?
I'll second it, but I believe it says block 3 on here.
Yeah.
Block 3.
Yeah.
I think you said block 5,
Oh,
but it's 3, yeah,
Yeah.
so just.
I bet you from the glasses.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Sure, okay, so it's been moved and seconded, so Councilmember Castro.
Yeah, we actually have discussed this a bit in the past. We definitely want to get up for discussion, but some of the things we noted about this location is its isolation. This would be a hard lot for anyone else to really take advantage of. I know there's been a lot of work done by staff looking at the setbacks and how it would be possible for this proposer to actually build a small residence on it, which would be fantastic to see that used for a small residence. So, yeah, it feels like it's doing all the right things we would want to see land disposal go for, especially these hard to dispose of chunks of land like this.
Councilmember Mims.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I think we need to be supporting these sort of proposals. I'm not sure I'm quite ready to move on it for the price, but I'm certainly open to discussing.
I'm gonna go down the list, Councilmember Randy, do you have any?
Well, first, I don't think my husband was sitting at the table, so S Rainey should be K Rainey in your minutes, just so you, it was my kid, not my husband. But yeah, it's just a tricky lot, cause there's no access except from the lake. And I understand that that's their issue to work out. Something with Chugach, I think, has that little piece that runs along the road.
So there is access, it, historically Chase Avenue abuts that land. And so, the surveyor went through and did that and we showed it in his survey. So there is access, street access.
Okay.
Yeah, that's. And just a question about lakefront property and the price. Other than that, that was my biggest issue was the access. It's such a small, you know, where the setback was, I think in talking to the surveyor, just there were questions about the lake level, the water level, and where the setback was measured from on that. So I just wanted to make sure that all was handled.
Yeah, so I'll just give a little background. Amanda finished this one up, but since I started, I have a little other information I can add. On the old USS 3345, it's really hard to see, but if you zoom in, it actually shows the right-of-way line connects down through to that lot. Showing the right-of-way used to basically connect through there. And so the surveyor did, historical research and, we actually did a title search on the property, and through his research, he determined that he believes that there's legal access from there being historical right-of-way that connected to that lot. So we're
Which side
taking,
is that on the chick coming in,
coming in from Chase Avenue.
Chase Avenue, so we're
Yeah.
going through, like, across the
It-
pavement of the house
Unfortunately, we
next
didn't
to it, or?
include yeah, unfortunately, we didn't include the survey in here.
Yeah.
But it would connect off we'll just say the pointy tip that's closest towards the street.
Okay,
The right of way connection is actually right around there.
so is the right of ways under her driveway, basically, then, of that property owner that's next to there?
It's actually like almost right along it.
Okay.
They're built up almost right, their driveway is almost right up to where the right of way line is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's the slippery bit.
Yeah.
And
then they
then
can
your
get-
second part, again, the survey, I wish, sorry, we didn't include it. The survey, he, did actually depict the ordinary high water mark and surveyed it in on the survey that was provided to people through the RFP. So
Okay.
there was, and we informed people, there's an additional setback because of the area meriting special attention.
Cause the old line was pre-earthquake, wasn't it? The old survey line, the old high water mark?
That I don't
Yeah,
know.
I was just
Yeah.
curious as to
But
which.
I just know he surveyed in a
Okay,
high water mark line. And we informed people of the additional setback and all that sort of stuff, so yeah, we made sure that was all covered.
okay, I just walked in there and it was kind of like. Between the sewer thing and the high water line and everybody's property, I was thinking, wow.
There's a lot going on.
Yeah.
For such a tiny lot, it has a lot going on.
Yeah.
I mean, that's where.
In your opinion, do you feel like this could be developed with the size of structure they were suggesting on here and meet all the city requirements for code?
Yeah, I mean, from what they've shown, they can meet the setbacks and then, I mean, I've seen some pretty. Interesting, tiny homes, they're gonna have to, I assume they're gonna wanna maximize the height, since it's gonna have to be a small footprint, but then they also have the wind issues, since they're right in that tunnel there, so. Yeah, I mean, you can engineer anything with enough money.
Some other comments or? Yeah, Councilmember Adams.
There's two pieces of correspondence from Diana, and one was March of last year, and then there's February, and they seem somewhat contradictory. That's my question, in that, in the second letter, you want to buy the land outright and we'll clear it and get it ready for development, but then at the end, it stated, I would like to keep all my options open and not enter into a completed construction contract. I want to do a cash sale for fee simple land, so. Is there going to be construction on this site or not? Is
Which
the question.
you read this part. So the letter of interest was just provided to show you what initially spurred this whole land disposal process. The item that they would be tied to, because this is gonna come back, if you approve this tonight, this will come back to you again, because you're just directing the city manager to now negotiate a deal based on the RFP that was published to the public. So, once that deal is, once the terms are agreed upon by our side and them, we would then bring that to you. And then you would determine if you want to agree, approve that either lease with option to purchase or purchase and sale agreement, whatever form it comes to then. So. I don't know if that answers your question though.
It sounds like the question is, are we willing to sell the land without a commitment to building?
That would be required in that. Sorry, yeah, that's where I'm going with that. So the letter of interest is just showing what they submitted to get this process going. We then went out to a request for proposals process. They then submitted the proposal in the packet, which was on page
Starting on 128.
128. And so that is the plan that they are now proposing as this is what we are going to do to that property. And then there would be a development plan that's part of the negotiated deal that they would have to stick to developing the lot per what they've said here. Or at least in some form, what they've said here.
Okay, but I don't understand why there is a final paragraph that says I would like to keep all my options open and not enter into a completed construction contract.
That is not the letter of interest.
This is not the letter of interest.
That's the February letter, and the March letter is.
Okay, excuse me.
I have no idea, but the applicants here, if you'd like to have them clarify, because I don't understand what that.
This,
So,
there's a March of
I was
twenty
mistaken.
twenty-four, and this is February 25.
yeah, sorry, I thought you were speaking to the March letter, my bad.
Yeah. I would say it sounds to me like that they would like to do a purchase and sale agreement, and not a lease with option to purchase where we would require substantial completion of the building before they can purchase. They'd like to see if we will sell the land outright without requiring that.
So that's council's choice. And, yeah, want to.
I'd be in favor of selling this lot outright, just from getting a few more questions answered and you know, I'm certainly sensitive to the things that they referenced in their letter about variability of fishing seasons, but you know, I've been out there on the fishing grounds and the persons in question, I think have a good reputation in this community, and I have no doubt they can accomplish this in a fairly timely manner. And I support young people being property owners in Cordova.
Thank you. Any comments online or, I mean, I guess I could start it up going around, sorry, I should stick to that.
Mayor Smith?
Yes, Councilmember Sherman.
Yeah, this has been discussed a year ago and again now, because we asked for the RFP to go out. Again, I would say this piece of property is one of the impetus for us trying to clean up the land disposal process and the maps so that everybody gets a fair shot at land that is available. I have a little concern about the price being low, but I would respect staff's ability to negotiate. And I agree, it's just nice to have more people building homes. And it is an odd piece of property, so more power to them.
Mayor Smith?
Yes.
If I could just add, just to clarify, based off the last comments, we already published a RFP with the sale price. So the sale price can't be negotiated. That was set and agreed upon previously. So that's the one item that can't be negotiated.
Yeah, I know that.
We did have the property appraised, which is where we got the value from.
And I am aware of that. What a deal.
Councilmember Kinsman, do you have any questions or comments?
Yeah, just a point of clarification. When in the original motion, did the motionee need to specifically state lease or purchase, or it can be read together as lease or purchase? I didn't know if they needed to identify one option over the other.
So just historically as practice, it's been a motion to lease or purchase, which then leaves it open for staff to negotiate with the applicant, depending on what they would like to then come forward with you, to see if you'll approve or not. I mean, the person making the motion, if they are so adamant that I only think we should lease this place, then you could make a motion to only do one or the other. But just historically, we've left it open to just allow for negotiations and then for that decision to be made at the final stage when we're actually approving the agreement.
All right, thank you. And yeah, we've talked about this a lot. So I'm grateful for the proposed owner wanting to be creative and create some more lodging home in this community. So go negotiate a deal. Thanks, guys.
I'm just gonna go to Councilmember Hanson and then Adams.
I'm in support of leaving it open, and negotiating. I think that, it's great for the community and, well, that it works out for the person in interest.
And Councilmember Adams, I only did that just to let everybody speak once and then come back, yeah, thank you.
Just a point of clarification then since this is a steep learning curve for me, what is the next step in the process? I'm not opposed, I just want to understand, how this works, from moving forward.
I mean, this is.
So, yeah, so we would just sit down and we would negotiate an agreement, so if they wanna purchase, then we would go through and we'd. Talk about either we'll do a lease with option to purchase. They would have to say like 10 years, they have, the option that they can build something on that property and they have to say what they're gonna build. And we would hold them to a substantial completion of that building, or else they could or could not purchase the land, basically. They complete the building before 5 years, all of their rent payments go towards the purchase price of the land. Yeah,
Thank you for that.
Yeah.
I think the other option, right, is to purchase.
Purchase outright, yeah, so we wouldn't hold them to any kind of substantial completion, they'd come in, we would, an agreement and we close.
Yeah, we want to negotiate the terms of what that purchase looked like.
And then that lease or purchase and sale agreement would come to you to approve before any deal is made. Yeah. Thank you, yeah.
And we have entered into agreements in the past, I think, where we have leased a piece of property that a person was interested in developing and they had 10 years to do it, and the lease payments counted toward the purchase price, and if they didn't end up developing or purchasing, then the lease expires.
So this is kind of cycled over time, it seems like, from at least what I've been told and then what I've experienced so far. There was times where we just sold property outright. Then there was incidents where those people did not do the development that they said they would. And so the council at that time decided that it was in the community's best interest that we need to protect these properties. And if we're gonna sell them, we wanna see development. A way to hold people to that was doing either a lease with option to purchase, and then you can have a performance period, and if they don't perform, then we can take the property back and then get it out to someone else that's going to use it. We did that. That does have its limitations when it comes to financing sometimes, because you don't technically own the property, it can be harder to get loans on, things like that. So then there was a time where we did performance deed of trust, where we sold the property outright. Did I switch it?
Yeah,
Yeah.
performance deeds of trust were done first.
Yeah.
That's when I was in line.
Yeah.
And those were done where you deeded it, you gave them a deed for it, but it had a,
Liquidated.
lien on it, basically, the performance lien on it. And so if they didn't perform within the time frame, then the property came back. But there was legally, you had to put into those legal documents a liquidated damages. So they could basically buy the contract out and not do the performance. So when that happened, the one time it happened,
Then we
Changed it up.
then we changed to lease with option to purchase, which still allows you to put performance deeds on it, but you could terminate the lease. And then we always kept, a purchase agreement, which is just a piece of both. With right of first refusal upon sale, and you can negotiate terms within that.
So is it appropriate for them to, in the discussion, give you guys, the negotiators, a sense of what they are willing to say yes to? Because it would be wasteful if a straight sale comes back when they all in fact would prefer a lease. How does that?
I mean, it's something that we've never discussed before, and it is always something that comes up during negotiations is, you know, someone comes to us and say, well, I just wanna buy the property, and then, you know, we as staff, we try to hold whatever standards been set by the council, and so we tell them, you know, you can always go and ask them, but we just, you know, we can't say what the council's gonna say yes or no, but they typically lean this way. And so we always try to bring it to you in a lease with option purchase first. And then you can always change. It does delay the process, it's increased staff time, there's increased, you know, additional costs and things like that. So I mean, it could potentially help on the front end to get that front end guidance of, are you okay with a straight sale or not? But again, I think it also could be very proposal dependent,
Yeah,
so.
I think, you know, if we don't, like, we negotiate, we talk terms, we negotiate terms, we don't necessarily put a contract together. You know, we're not having a contract put together with those terms within it and everything before we come back to city council. So we would usually, if we are unsure what we're, you know, if the city council is gonna support what we're bringing forward, we would bring it forward. I think that we have done executive sessions in the past to have a discussion about what is being brought forward.
The terms.
The terms that are bringing forward without investing lawyer time or, you know, certainly staff time, but there's no way you're gonna get around, you have to have conversations, so. I think we would bring something forward prior to investing a lot of energy and lawyer time into finalizing the contract.
And I just wanted to add that the attorney's fees are paid upfront by us, but then trickle down to the purchaser of the property. And so if they have to negotiate two contracts, then that ultimately falls on their shoulders, and I just want you guys to be mindful of that.
I just have final thoughts. One, I want to clarify, when I was talking about price, I misread the handwriting on the form and thought it was one digit. I thought it was $3,500, which I felt like it was. But having reread everything, I think that is more than a fair price. I think this is a strangely shaped lot. I think it is very unlikely that it's gonna have. It's not a situation where this is a huge, like, regularly shaped prime piece of property that has great resale value. If this party wants to buy it, I think we should sell it to them. If they wanna lease it, I think we should lease it to them. I think we should dispose of it, because it's gonna take extra attention to figure out how to make this work, and I think we should be supported more than for a small houses like this.
Just, I'm impressed at the drawing of the house or the structure has met every requirement and, is about as big a structure as you could possibly put on that tiny parcel. So, I'm in favor of it then, now that I understand, the process.
Any other comments? So at this point, the motion is to
Lease or purchase,
direct the city manager to lease or purchase. Okay,
negotiate lease or purchase with Diana.
okay. Folks are in support of that? Gentlemen, any other comments? I'm hearing, okay, well then let's take a vote. All those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed, same sign? Great, all right, that motion passes, thank you. Okay, so now we're coming to council action on disposal and methods of disposal for lots 19 through 25, block 6, original town site, and I would entertain a motion.
Mayor,
Yes,
I move to dispose of requested lots 19 through 25, block 6, original town site, approximately 17,500 square feet in size as outlined in Cordova Municipal Code 7.40.060B by requesting sealed bid proposals to lease or purchase the property.
Second that.
But you said two different things.
Yes.
What, it's either sealed proposals or sealed bids? Sealed proposals to lease or purchase the property, sorry, got it.
Yeah, that's the one I want to.
Okay, number two.
There you go.
Number two.
Great, Councilmember Rennie.
You know, there's multiple letters of interest on this property and it's, I'd really like to see some proposals come in. I think, the best way to do it is just to ask for sealed proposals. I mean, there's some very different letters of interest for that property and, I'd be curious to see what the bids are coming back in. You, Councilmember Sassman?
Yeah, I concur with Councilmember Rainey. We have a couple of interested parties, I think, going out for field proposals is the appropriate thing. I appreciate some information we did get in the packet about the understanding through our Cordova plan on the Old Town area and how that we are expected to try to use at least a direction on how we want to manage those parts of our disposal lots. So, and as Councilmember Rainey noted, the two letters of interest are very different. So I'll be curious to see how they come back and our ability to evaluate what we think is the best interest of the city.
Let's see, I'm gonna go to the folks online. Councilmember Kinsman, do you have any comments or questions?
Nope, I very much in support of the motion.
Thank you. Councilmember Sherman?
Yes, thank you. I guess this is a comment for the question for the Public Works Director. Is that enough snow dump area? I mean, I know it's variable depending on the year, but I've also seen where we've used that entire lot, and I know it always scares me to get rid of an in-town snow dump. So is that enough? Is the crew comfortable with that?
So, I mean, I guess the ultimate answer is no, but I mean, we'll never be able to develop those lots and also have enough snow dump space. We've discussed before, if we do want to actually dispose of these lots, it's part of the growing pains is what I called it, I guess, is becoming a larger town and a denser town is we do lose some of that snow space. It's going to increase the time that the operators have to move snow around, and we're gonna have to find little new places to temporary stash stuff until we can come back and once the roads are clear and start, moving that snow around. So it will increase costs, it will increase time for the streets crew. And I guess it's just a decision of, is that a cost that the community is worth taking on for increased development, which I think is why the council needs to be very careful about what sort of development they do approve in that location, because it will be a trade-off. I can't guarantee that we will get the snow moved as quickly as we do currently in that area. I mean, obviously, we'll take care of the school first, get that snow out of there, but some, it might slow things down.
Okay, thanks, Kevin. I know that land is valuable downtown property and it used to be swamp, so it's come a long way. We have discussed it for multiple uses for multiple years, so I'd be anxious to hear what kind of opportunities arise from the proposals. Thank you.
If I could just add one more about the snow dump. We did reserve, when the council approved the land disposal maps in, I think, 22 or 23, when these lots became available, you'll see that we did reserve a portion closer to CTC, so we will have some snow dump left in that area. That won't take away all of it. And my understanding also is CTC is discontinuing the service that requires that satellite dish here in the next couple of years. So we'll be able to still store more snow in that area than we do now, just because currently we can't go too high due to the satellite dish. I need to confirm that, but that's my understanding. So I do believe there's going to be more snow storage in that spot. So, yeah, cool.
Thank you for adding that, Councilmember Nicholson.
I'm in support of this, I am also very concerned about the snow dump. I feel like in 2012, there was 150 feet of snow there all the way across. And granted, that doesn't happen all the time, but I'm also concerned that the snow dump lots that are remaining there are, they're only gonna be a limited use because that snow is can't be touching and waiting on that building and just the nature of pushing it over that edge. So you know, I of course understand growing pains, but it's like where we are gonna move that is a concern, and I don't think that it's really realistic to be able to use those 3 lots. I mean, we'll really be able to use, you know, 2.5, and then if the satellite lot too, but that's really not that much capacity. Yeah. I almost wanna hear from somebody from snow removal crew and just ask them what their plan is gonna be, because, you know, when I was a little kid, there was a playground there. And they took the playground out because the snow removal was more valuable than the playground. And the playground was only a couple years old at that point, and so. You know, there are other lots that are available. I just think we need to move carefully here, but I definitely support the intention of this proposal. I support the concept. I just wanna make sure that we've crossed all our T's and dotted all our I's.
Councilmember Hanson?
So I can confirm that the satellite dishes will be moved. So that would allow more space. But that's also right next to where our generator is. Granted, I know we're just gonna be edging on the fence. Another thing that we found when we were working back there is the amount of water. The higher up the hill, the more flooding there's gonna be for the lots downhill. And then my concern would also be the snow removal. And with the complexity of what is their cost, so, but I am in support of developing. Wouldn't be opposed to pursuing it.
Thank you, Councilmember Adams.
I appreciate the reference to the growing pains. I mean, we do have to weigh the choices between, you know, this is not the best use of prime real estate as a snow dump. And, you know, that makes it hard for the city workers to do their jobs in the winter, but I think that's the price we need to pay if we're gonna develop prime real estate. It's right smack down in the middle of town. And we need to capitalize on that, I think, more than, because we're not taxing, I think there's no property tax coming from those lots right now. And I think we can make better use of that land if it has a building on it. And I don't know whose building is going to be on it yet, but I don't think we should be focusing so much on the snow. I mean, we'll move it where it has to go.
Okay, thank you. So, Mayor Smith, yeah.
I actually like the idea of the snow dump being removed from across from the elementary school, because I think that is, you know, if I was a kid, I'd be digging in that pile. So I think safety wise, looking for someplace else to put the snow is not a bad idea to begin with. But, you know, we need revenue. The city needs revenue, and this is property we can sell, and that'll bring revenue. So granted, it probably will take more city time to move the snow someplace else, but we can't, I mean, we have to be looking at selling property now. And I think this is a way to open it up. I have opinions on the letters of interest, but I think, you know, come sealed bids coming in, I think is the best way to go on it.
Thank you. Okay. Anybody else? We've had one round, any second passes? More discussion? Yeah, line, okay. I don't hear anybody running for the microphone, so let's take a voice vote on the motion, which is move to dispose of the requested lots by requesting sealed proposals to lease or purchase the property. So all those in favor of that motion, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign? Sounds like that passes 7-0. Okay. Council action on disposal and method of disposal for a portion of lot 2, block 7A, also known as the old Prince William Sound Science Center building. So there is a suggested motion on page 148. Mayor? Yes, Councilmember Ray.
I move to dispose of lot 2A, block 7A, Tidewater Development Park that's approximately 3,909 square feet in size as outlined in Cordova Municipal Code 7.40.060B by requesting sealed proposals to lease or purchase the property.
Is there a
Second.
Councilmember
Second.
Sherman? Thank you, great. Councilmember Ray.
I'd like to see sealed proposals. I don't, that's at our point where we can decide, looking at those proposals, if it's the right proposal for the property. There's one letter of interest, but I think at this point, I'd like to see, full proposals come in on that property. I would love to see a covered space there, but, and if the proposals don't work with what we're looking for that specific property, then, we don't have to accept them. But I think at this point, we need to open it up and see what people are looking at putting there. It's gone that round before, and the community was pretty vocal about not wanting a restaurant there, so, we can always.
This is the old science center building.
This is where they build it. This is
not the breakwater fill lot.
Right, but I mean, that, in that general area, so I think, that whole area is pretty rough, and if we open it up and we look at that, and then, we come back with an as-is, like you were saying, with the lease, I don't think there should be any purchase. I think we need to strictly request and seals for proposal to lease or purchase, but, it's not, I don't see approving a purchase, but I'd like to see the proposals for these. I don't know how else to word that.
I did also wanna let you know, I did receive a second letter of interest for this, but it didn't make it to planning commission because the planning commission packet had already been finalized, so. This went to planning commission and I got a second letter of interest for the same property.
Councilmember Sherman.
Sure, thank you, Mayor. Yes, I agree with the maker of the motion. I know we're hassling over what to do with this property, but I think we're to that crux point now. We've gotten a lot of information from staff, and thank you for all that, on what it would take to remove that building or investigate what to do there. So we have a lot of information on our plates now. Obviously, there's a little bit of interest in this property at this point in time. And I too would like to see the full proposals, and maybe there's something else out there that might come in as well. So I'm hoping that this will be our final, not final, but close to the end discussion on what to do with the Science Center.
Thank you, Councilmember Sherman. Anybody else want to make comments?
If I'm not interrupting, I'm happy to hear there's another interest letter that was submitted, because that makes it even easier to set as well for requests for sealed proposals and for lease purchase. So, yeah, we'll see what we get.
Was that the Jones property?
Yeah,
Okay.
and Serenity Adventure Charters.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll just go with this. Councilmember Adams, do you have any questions or comments? Councilmember Anderson? Casey, Councilmember Kinsman?
Nothing else to add.
Councilmember Nicholson?
Just from revisiting this, it seems like, And did you talk planning and zoning, some of the things you told us about the lawyer's advice, anything else?
I think we talked to the attorney after planning and zoning.
So they may have made a different decision.
No, because they're just supposed to identify if land is available and then make a recommendation based on that, and then staff and the city council is to find out about the land and how to dispose of it.
Okay.
So, yes.
Okay, so the motion is to request yield proposals to lease or purchase the old Consumer Science Center property. Is there any more discussion, questions? Comments? Okay, not hearing anything, all those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed, same sign? Passes. Okay. Pending agenda is where that gets us to. So. We talked about. How will we, I know we talked about the repayment issue. And
I'll do some research and some investigation and figure out what I can bring back. Accomplish what I think you want to accomplish.
all right. Are there other items that people wanted to put on pending agenda? We have our standing list.
Can I just mention, I've been sending you guys, information about, the quasi judicial role of BOE and how you should refrain from ex parte communication. Now you got a pile of land sale things in front of you also, which are even way more complicated than even BOE. BOE is like a separate thing, you're very separate, you know that that's a judicial action that you're taking. You're weighing in on individuals' appeals. What's hard about land sale is that, it's in the course of a regular meeting and you're doing, passing ordinances, changing code, which is all legit, you should hear from people about that. But when it comes to land sales, it could be very directly related to one person. So this is when you shouldn't be out there talking to citizens and talking to people and hearing from people about things. They may try to approach you and talk about a lot that they know is out for proposal and because maybe they don't understand that. So the best thing for you to do is say, we shouldn't talk about it. If you wanna write a letter to all of council about your concerns or your opinions on it, please do that, get it to the city clerk, it'll go in the packet, all of council can read it. It's not gonna say it isn't gonna happen to you, which is fine, it doesn't mean you've erred in any major way, you just tell us about it at the meeting. Oh, so-and-so is interested in a lot, and we started chatting about it, I went over there, I looked at lot lines with them. And you just disclose it to the whole body so that they are aware of everything that you were aware of before that action takes place.
That's ex parte.
That would be ex parte communication, like in a court case, you getting information that the rest of the jury didn't hear. And that's not fair.
But it's okay for us to go walk a property, cause. Is that not okay for us to go? Like if something comes up like that, I walked that property because I was like. It's like 2 steps wide.
I understand.
I mean.
And Mayor Smith has mentioned to me the ability to maybe have an on-site visit to some lots. And that would be good as the whole body.
Okay.
But
So we
probably not best for you to go do it alone because you may be able to try to explain to them what it is you saw, but
right,
really you saw something and maybe they didn't.
Okay.
So we should refrain from that as well.
We should do it as a group.
Okay. It's bigger than 2 steps wide, but not by much.
We have one on Mavis Island when Jim Colfer was.
Mayor Smith.
Yes, Councilmember Sherman.
I mean, it's just gonna thanks for that reminder, Susan. That's always good. In your report, you talked about the weir and the problems project with the watershed project. Do we need to take action on some of those requests, or is Kate Morris going to come and speak with us directly in a future meeting?
He is gonna write a letter and then come speak to him. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I was looking at the list, it looks to me like number 8, under A, future agenda items, did we take care of that tonight?
It's not adopted and gone through its 30-day waiting period, but I can remove it if you want.
Well, I think that's good. Hopefully it's on track.
Yeah, it sounds like it would be, so yeah, that'd be great. I remove that, I love removing things.
Yeah, and then I think there's a couple others that we're in the process of knocking out. We did, Councilmember Randy reminded me that when we had talked about having like a mug-up style session to talk about, to solicit public comment about the breakwater fill lot and what uses people would like to see there. So is that something we can schedule?
Sure. I'll tell you, I had an email from someone asking me whether or not they presented, like the form of what would be a petition to circulate about, you know, their opinion, and maybe a lot of people they know who would sign it about that lot. And there's no formal, I mean, the petitions I know about are, you know, citizens who want to initiate law or refer an ordinance or make a law, make an ordinance, or recall a council member. But I had never thought of it until I'm like, well, communications via petitions from visitors. So that's really what a petition would be. That would be an advisory petition. So I did say you can make it in any form you want, and then it can be presented in a council packet as a letter, but it might hold a little more weight if it had 50 signatures versus you writing the letter alone. So that might be circulating out there. She didn't write back, I just explained that to her.
Right.
So you know.
Yeah.
But you can obviously still have a meeting or a mug up or something. You wanted to do it, or council, or?
I'm happy to lead it and we can post it, and I mean, I guess you could post it as a quorum of council might be present.
Sure.
I mean, I don't know that we have to make it an official council, a special council meeting, but if people wanna come.
Okay, let me know a time and a place.
Okay.
I'm picturing the library fireplace, I don't know why.
Wow.
Seems like a place for a mug up. Is that too small?
Coffee in the library.
Oh, maybe not.
Mayor Smith,
Yes, Councilmember Sherman.
I'm just gonna go back to the past here and revisit maybe some post-it notes for people to give their ideas without being, you know, chastised for whatever they want to say, but that might work well. Put up a, you know, couple possibilities or ideas and let people have a free-for-all, see if there's a consensus.
Worked well for us in the past, that's why we're sitting in this room.
Exactly.
Yes. Did
Madam
you have a
Mayor?
comment? Yes, Councilmember Kinsman.
Yes, one follow-up. Do we have anything scheduled for May for the school board meeting work session? I believe last year we did not hold this work session. And I think it's probably even, it was important last year and I feel it's probably more important this year. Is that a?
Thank you for bringing that up.
Do we have anything before our May meeting? And I'll have a public hearing for that second reading ordinance. We didn't have a work session planned that we know of, right? Do we want to do a joint work session before our May 7th meeting? I can ask the school board.
It would be timely.
Probably be a good idea.
It'll be timely because they are approving a budget and then by May 1st, they have to give us our request. And we have 30 days to act on it. Their request for city funding. And then council has 30 days to act on it. So I would say at the second May meeting is when we'd be passing that resolution. And we'll also be, well, not yet setting the mill rate, but we will certify the roll in May after BOE. So we'll have our full value, so we'll know,
What a mill is
yes,
worth.
yes.
Yeah, that would be great.
Okay, so
Madam
next
Mayor, I
up
have two
was-
other items, if I may.
Yes, Councilmember Kinsman.
So one is a follow-up. I know we forewent our continuing conversation. I'm going to say strategic planning of our projects and placing priority on them, and trying to determine funding. I know it was going to be discussed, or it was put out to discuss at this meeting, a maybe ad hoc work session. I want to maybe get some input from the city manager. Is there some information between meetings for a work session? Do we need to wait for a work session before a meeting? Where are we at with follow-up on that?
Finish this work session today.
Yeah.
Which today's work session was great and a great use of time. So thank you for that. I don't want that to go on deaf ears.
Yes, so I guess I don't have anything prepared, we have 3 weeks this time, correct, Susan? Yeah, so I mean, we could push something into the middle of that 3 weeks, or towards the, in towards middle. Give some time to work through
Or
this.
between the two May meetings?
Yeah.
Okay.
No, I meant before, wait,
So if we're gonna do the school board on the 7th, maybe we should wait till the 21st to do a work session?
I want to go to the 22nd, so
Maybe not.
I would prefer to pick any other day.
I was thinking actually between this meeting. 3 weeks between this meeting.
Well, I guess as a body, you kind of need to talk about also if you prefer to knock things out on one night and only devote 2 Wednesdays a month to council versus having longer time to maybe talk, but then meeting on a whole bunch of Wednesdays with work sessions. I prefer knock it out on one night.
I agree with that.
I think our one nights are getting pretty filled, and I don't want this where there is several weeks in between. I would be in favor of like an April 30th work session, but I can be persuaded.
Yeah, that's in between,
That's in
between, that's,
So two weeks from now.
yeah.
This would be the next pass at our strategic planning, our discussions around infrastructure and
Funding.
funding, yeah.
Funding options, opportunities, whatever that might look like. I definitely do not want it. We put a lot of work into it. I don't want it to fall by the wayside. We're getting into the summer, and these meetings are going to get more and more sparse. So.
Folks,
As a result to.
yes, 6 p.m.
Work
April
session.
30th, yeah, work session.
Yes.
Sure.
Sam, is that enough time for you?
Sure. So we're talking about the 5 that we identified previously, getting them in a spreadsheet, getting some kind of format to talk about funding.
Yeah.
Okay, so we'll verify that.
What do you think for the school board, 1 hour? Okay,
Let's make it okay.
Yeah, in the past, that has been good.
yeah, okay, it'll be 5:45 because we have a public hearing that.
That's on the 7th.
Correct,
Alright, the 7th's the first meeting. I keep thinking it's the second.
you said it 5 times.
I know, it's in my head, I can't get it out. Stuck.
So you're gonna check with the school board?
Yes. Where's Cheryl when we need her? She can check with the school board president. Okay, throw those back. Yeah, great.
I had written down, after our conversation earlier, financial review session for pending agenda because of the comments that previous mayor was making about how to handle the, repayments, but maybe that will come up based on, we'll have another chance to talk about it when you draft the resolution.
I think, yeah, we can
Okay.
review what you
Okay.
mentioned.
Okay.
Yeah,
Very well.
but we have to
All right.
incorporate that all.
We'll tackle it that way.
particular thing.
Great. Will do. Okay. Good. Anything else for pending agenda? So knocking a few things off this list. Okay, so that brings us to audience participation.
With Allison, 203 Whiskey Ridge, you thought I only got 3 minutes, but I need 6. Just one more thing for your pending agenda, I guess, was mentioned by I think Councilor Kinsman and Kevin and Sam both spoke to it, but back when the dinosaurs roamed and we sold property, nothing was ever codified, and I don't believe, or I can't vouch that it actually happened, but council was under the understanding that land sales went to the permanent fund. Then we went to leases, and nobody ever talked about that because leases always went to the general fund as part of the regular budget. Problem happened when, and nothing was ever done in council, when we went to a lease purchase. Where the first 5 years of the lease payments had already been spent in the general fund, but those get to count towards the purchase of the property. So there's, council meeting probably should codify what that is, put it in code, and that way there's not a misunderstanding. One other suggestion for that, by giving them full lease payments for 5 years towards the purchase price, you're basically giving them an interest-free loan for 5 years of the property. And you might consider, I would consider myself anyway, charging 5 or 10%, only counting 95% of the lease payments or 90% or whatever you decide, but not 100% of those, because you're giving them a interest-free loan for 5 years, and in 5 years at 5% a year, that's 25% of their property value has gone up anyway. So anyway, just one other note of interest might be that regarding the impound lot, I'm glad you approved that tonight to work that out with Cordova Power Sports. But if you remember, a couple of years ago, we had a proposal from staff to put a fence around the old impound lot. That fence price was almost as much as what you're costing to do this project at the Baylor. So things are expensive, but I think it's a better solution what we're doing now. So thank you.
Great, thank you. Your audience participation. It's all staff, but I was like. Comments, okay. Then let's go to council comments. Start with Councilmember Zastro.
Start with the Z's, are you?
Yeah. We'll work our way.
The work session is fantastic, great preparation for it, thank you, staff, Sam, and Cheryl, who's not here. I love how you always pass it on to Cheryl, tell Cheryl, yeah, really appreciate Cheryl and all her work. And then obviously our regular meeting packet was full of great information, the reports of officers is hugely helpful, that's fantastic to get every time we get those, and I get a lot out of reading those. As well as all the land disposal maps, it's huge how much I've come to realize that a big part of being a council member is dealing with land disposal. It's been as much, I would say 70% maybe of what we do, it seems, at least in the last year I've been a council member. So I'm really happy to see that planning and zoning is now recording of sessions, because I've been watching sort of recorded sessions, and that's been hugely helpful for me to be prepared coming into these sessions, so. Anyhow, great meeting, lots of good work done, thanks.
Thank you for all the work that went into that presentation, and make it accessible to someone like me who, doesn't do this for a living. And I appreciate the history from former Mayor Allison. It's just it's informative and it helps me to make decisions. And I'm looking forward to the sealed proposals to see what we get.
Yeah, the presentation was great. I appreciate all the work that goes into that with you and Cheryl. Welcome, Ed. I promise I will not walk any other properties by myself. Walk your own. I walk my own plenty. Amanda, I just have to say, great job with your work and your presentation and what we're getting from you. And I've sat in on a couple meetings and appreciate those meetings as well. So that's a great job with that. I'm glad there's folks at the table that look as confused as I feel most times. So I'm feeling really welcome. That's awesome. And just thanks as usual to Susan for everything you put into it. And Colette for doing it while you were not here. Yep. Absolutely.
Councilmember Henson.
Thank you guys for all your time and effort. Appreciate it.
Senator Nicholson.
Yeah, I'd just like to echo the comments of everybody else that's spoken, but I really do appreciate the amount of time that you put in, everybody coming up with all this information. That was a heavy lift in a relatively short time, and I know you already had other things to do, so I really appreciate it. Happy that we're moving forward here with a bunch of these proposals, so thanks.
Moving forward, make it progress.
Yes, that's their motto, mantra. Councilmember Kinsman.
Yes, thank you. I appreciate the comments and insight and perspective and historical knowledge from former Mayor Allison. It's not going on deaf ears. We'll formulate something to move forward, but great perspective. To the public, a couple things, whomever might be listening or will listen in the future, the land disposal map is out there. It is updated. And if you have any interest, it's there. It is there. It's out there. It's not a secret. If you have any questions, reach out to myself, reach out to any other council member, staff, anyone can point you in the right direction. There's a lot of work that goes into it. And I have heard from several people and fortunately been able to point them in the right direction that they just didn't know. Well, it's there. And a lot of land has been made available over the last few years, a lot of great work. So to that, I want to say thank you to Kevin and kind of spearheading that, and then now passing the baton on to Amanda. So thank you both for your work that you've done in that. So and the other thing, hopefully we can get some more public out there. I just feel like it gets tiring just waiting for some controversial item to be put on the agenda so the public will show up. But if that's what it takes, I'm sure we'll have something in the next few months that will get them out here. So thank you.
Sherman.
I was just laughing. You have to wait for January for controversial stuff. That's when everybody gets whiny. I really wanted to thank Sam and Cheryl for the work session. That was so useful and very helpful. And Blake is a really nice asset to the city. So I'm glad we moved forward with that. Congrats to the fire department, to Stephen Phillips and Micah Renfelt. Those are people who've moved up through the ranks, homegrown, so to speak. And welcome to Ed. I really appreciated the work done by well, Kevin, I know you started it, but everything on the Science Center and Amanda and Malvin's extra work to go and take photographs, and then all the work that we had done and presented for cost today was really useful. And I know that took a lot of time out of everybody's regular work days. And the staff reports were good. I hope staff understands that council reads them. I try and follow up with notes to the departments. There's a lot of hard work going on at the city and it's really appreciated. So thank you.
Councilmember Sherman's comment reminded me of a statement I heard from Bruce King once. He talked about in the fall, we have freeze up, and in the spring, we have break up, and in between, we have crack up. Unfortunately, we're past that. Yes, okay, so, we do have one more item on our agenda. So I would entertain a motion to, for an executive session.
Mayor Smith.
Yes.
Trying to get to the page. I make a motion to move into executive session for the reason, oh shoot. Hang on. To discuss the contract negotiation with the city clerk, Susan Bourgeois, a matter of immediate knowledge of which would clearly have an adverse effect on the finances of the city.
Moved and seconded to go into executive session, so we will do that. We'll take a 5-minute recess and clear the room and then we're back. I guess I should ask, does the motion, or do we want to meet ourselves?
I was not hoping to be.
You don't want to be in, okay. Okay. So anybody else we want in the session? Is there anybody else we want to, we want
To negotiate, so.
Okay.
Okay, I'm ending the YouTube.
Susan, I was like, when you, were you here when we turned off the lights?